Turkana University was established in 2017. It is a constituent college of Masinde Muliro University. Turkana University has 3 schools. We have the School of Business and Economics, we have the School of Education and Social Sciences, and we have the School of Science. Turkana University admits both national and international students. We have the students under the COOPS program, and we have the self-sponsored program. Within our self-sponsored program, we have the students from South Sudan, who are the refugees and sponsored by Windle Trust. And the other students are from within Turkana County. A good number of them work with Turkana County government. So those are our major clients. A good number of the students we've got is from Southern Sudan. But from our marketing, we've marketed across, and we are expecting students from Ethiopia, Sudan, and Uganda. You should join Turkana University. Turkana University offers the programs that you need. We are market-oriented. We offer what is required in the market. Agriculture, science and technology, mathematics. We carry out CBC programs. We offer short courses that are offered at the Kenya School of Government. This is where you can get what you want. You need it, we have it here at Turkana University. Turkana University is the cradle of knowledge. Welcome to Turkana University.
People, ladies and gentlemen, si tunataka kujua kama wase lodo wanakula mkate. If people love bread. And the bread that I'm talking about ni gani? Ni Sunbream. Sunbream premium bread. Na leo, me and my crew, we've decided to take a surprise, an impromptu visit to the shops and to the household. Alafu baadaye tuende kwa ofisi ya Sunbream, tusikie hawa wa Sunbream wanasemaje. Umeget? But in the meantime, I'm in my house. I have my 800 grams. So nataka kujua if those guys at the shop are selling to you this, na kama nyinyi mnaenda kutembelea shop. See you in a bit. Boom. Mambo.
Poa.
Niaje?
Poa.
Naitwa nani?
Naitwa Ruby Baraka Shop.
Ruby Baraka Shop.
Yeah.
Mimi ni mtu wa Sunbream. Okay. Naitwa Dail. Uko poa?
Uko poa.
Safi. Sasa Ruby.
Yeah.
Mimi nimekuja hapa story ya mkate.
Yes.
And mbona unauza Sunbream?
Nauza Sunbream kwa sababu ni mzuri sana. Hata unapokula huwezi tamani kupaka blue band.
Haya, sasa na wale watu wenye wanakuja kununua Sunbream hapa wanasemaje kuhusu Sunbream?
Wanasema Sunbream ni mkate soft sana, ni mkate safi sana.
Iko poa?
Iko poa kabisa.
Na wewe as a person, venye watu wanakuambia ni mkate fiti na venye wewe unaiona, wewe unawezaje advice mtu mwenye hajai kula Sunbream, utamwambia nini?
Na advice ya kuwa ajaribu kula Sunbream, atapenda sana kuliko hizo zingine.
Zile zingine?
Yeah.
Na nauliza, kuna hii mkate ya 800 grams ile kubwa.
Yeah.
Unauza?
Yeah.
Watu wananunua?
Yes.
Ni hebu nipe. Lovely. Safi. Ume huko feti asante sana. Sisi tunajaribu kujua ni nini inaendelea.
Okay.
Ndio tujue wakuu wetu watuambie kama tunafanya kazi mzuri ama tufanye kazi nzuri. Mambo baba.
Mambo poa.
Majina?
James Emase Kai.
James Emase Kai.
Yeah.
Wewe ni
supplier wa Sunbream.
Supplier.
Kampuni kubwa.
Yes. Mna supply mkate?
Tuna supply mkate.
Watu wanasemaje kuhusu Sunbream?
Watu wanasema kampuni ni kubwa na imekuja juzi, imeovertake zingine yenye zilikuwa za kitambo.
Okay.
So mkate huwa tunapeleka mahali pote.
Yeah.
Kakuma, Salokcheri huwa tunafika.
Okay.
Sana hapa Lodwa hii kampuni imeongoza kwa sababu customer akihitaji mkate wakati wote huwa anapata kwa wakati saa hiyo.
Yaani mtu akihitaji on time analetewa
immediately.
Yes.
Alafu ma customers nayo pia huwa wanakula mikate ile fresh. Si atukubali mikate yetu ilale siku 2 ama 3. Ndio kwa sababu watu wanapenda. Kwa mimi kama supplier nimeenjoy kazi kulingana na product zetu ni safi. Pia inatujengea jina. So niko na sifa nzuri.
Kabisa. So unasema watu Turkana wanapenda Sunbream.
Kila mahali ukitembea ni Sunbream. Wanasema kama si tamu si Sunbream.
Si Sunbream. Asante sana.
Sasa inanipea morali pia nifanye kazi kwa hiyo kampuni.
Asante sana. Nashukuru. Na hayo tu. Tunajaribu kuangalia venye mnafanya kazi.
Tutaendelea kufanya.
Asante. Sasa tumepata shopkeeper, tumepata driver. Now we want to invade space ya hao directors na ma CEO wa Sunbream. Tujue wanasemaje kuhusu mkate.
Karibu Dai.
Asante sana.
Ya Sunbream.
Asante sana.
Karibu Sunbream.
For those who don't know, boss wangu ndio huyu. Waambie kwanza majina ndio wakujue.
My name is Emma.
Emma ndio mwenye ananilipa mshahara kila mwezi. Now, Emma, si tumekuja hapa, we want people to know more about Sunbream.
Now, our Sunbream,
also
known as Sun City Confectionery Limited, we are a confectionery company that started a while ago when Corona period was around. So when we started, we started with few products. We struggled a little bit, but later on we picked up because our company produces quality products. We've always strived to produce quality products for our company so that we can satisfy our customers and every other person who tastes or takes our products. We make sure that they get satisfied with the services we offer. With the quality of our products. We actually produce several products.
My co-host is Turkana Kachila. We are privileged to be part of your moderators. I am not sure whether we will wait for the other candidate. We will proceed from there. So first of all, we would wish to tell you the rules and regulations governing this debate. To the candidates, no use of phones. Please switch off your phone or put it in the flight mode because we want you to concentrate in this debate. Secondly, the answering of questions will be limited to 2 minutes or 5 minutes, depending on the questions. Please avoid shouting to each other. Reduce emotions. If you are harmed, please give us your harm. Avoid use of vulgar language. We are not here to compete. We are here to help you share your manifesto with the residents of Turkana South.
Thank you so much, Dr. Logiron Tioko. As you've heard, my name is Turkana Kachila, and this goes to the fans online and also those who are in the gallery. As you've heard from Dahil, he said that there's no shouting. You see, because when you shout, you're going to add more minutes. It will take time for us to finish this debate. Also, no clapping. Just stamp your feet if there's something. You feel that your candidate or someone has said something that goes down well with you. And for us, the moderators, we wish to know that we are non-partisan, and our questions, as much as you'd want to believe that maybe you are partisan or you are biased, but our questions are just for the candidates so that they can explain themselves and sell or market their agenda to our people. So maybe if I just go straight, to the interview so that we may start. The candidates who are before us are from Turkana South, and they are here to debate and to market their agendas. So we'd like to start. The candidates, hope you have their microphones ready with you. Okay. Just confirm. Thank you. So I'll just start from my left. So introduce yourself, your name, academic qualifications, job experience, and also the party, so that the fans online and those in the gallery can know you. You can also use the national languages, the one that you are comfortable with, Kiswahili or English, because I believe that in the National Assembly kuna siku ambayo utakuwa unazungumza Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo iwapo utahisi ya kwamba ungependa kuongea katika lugha ya Kiswahili, ongea. You can also switch the code as you wish. So let's start from my far left. Your name, academic qualification, job experience, and your party.
Thank you so much, Triza Kachila, Dr. Logiron, and the Chocha TV for this opportunity to invite us for this very important event. My name is Philip Ebei Ayemun. I'm the MP candidate, member of National Assembly candidate for Turkana South under the Jubilee ticket. I began my academic journey in Lokichar Primary School. At that time, Lokichar Mixed Primary School, where I did my KCPE in 1991, and I became the second best student in Turkana district at that time. Then I joined Moi High School Kabarak in Nakuru, where I sat for my KCSE in 1995, and then I was admitted to the University of Nairobi, Chiromo campus, the bedrock of sciences in Kenya, and I did mathematics, physics, and metrology, and I majored in metrology in my third and fourth year. I graduated in 2001 with a first class honors degree in Bachelor of Science in metrology. Daktari, in 2004, I enrolled for a master's degree in Norwegian University of Life Sciences, where in 2006, I graduated with a master's degree in management of natural resources and sustainable agriculture. Currently, I'm a PhD student in the University of Nairobi, the Institute of Climate Change and Adaptation, and I study climate change and adaptation. My work experience began in 2001, where I worked with World Vision as a field officer in relief response. Then I joined Oxfam, where I joined as a deputy coordinator, and then later on I became the program manager or the coordinator for Oxfam. And I want to share with you that at Oxfam, I was part of the team that is implemented the now hunger safety net program. At that time, it was a pilot hunger safety net program. So together with Eris Lothike, Joyce Amanikor, Peter Lokoel, and others, we were able to come up with a concept that informed the hunger safety net program in Kenya. I think the other important issue at that time is our implementation of the mobile education or alternative basic education for Turkana that informed the National Commission for Nomadic Education in Kenya. I later on joined UNICEF, the United Nations Children Fund. It's a UN body championing the rights of children and women. And I became the I became the chief of field office. This field office was covering 4 counties, the county of Turkana, West Pokot, Samburu, and Baringo. but we made the office be located in Loda Town. So we implemented quite a number of programs, but I will highlight a few successes, achievements. In the health sector, we did a proposal to DFID, and we got funding to implement the maternal newborn health that led to the birth of the Lodwa Maternity Theatre and Maternity Wing, the Kerio Maternity, the Lokangatoda Maternity, Lower Rangak, purchase of 2 ambulances, 30 motorbikes, 30 bicycles, and of course the rollout of ICCM integrated community case management, which later on we made sure that we came up with the community health strategy, which was fully funded by UNICEF. And I think before I left UNICEF, shortly before I left UNICEF and UN government, I did a proposal together with my colleagues, and we got funding for the WASH program to the tune of 500 million Kenya shillings for Laima and Turkana Central sub-counties. There are many firsts. Another first that we did while I was at UNICEF was coming up with the first comprehensive child protection strategy in Kenya, in Turkana County. We also did a child marriage report, the first ever in Kenya. We don't call it early marriage, that's a relative term. We call it child marriage because it's a child who is exposed to marriage and pregnancies and what have you. So I think we supported many programs in education. We reached out to all schools in Turkana, especially the boarding schools with boarding supplies, ECD supplies, and many others. We did WASH programs. In Turkana South, we did WASH programs in Sopel, Kimabur, Lokichar, Lorokon. And in education, we established quite a number of schools from scratch, like Narengamunyan, Lukwadat, Kalodicha, Napusinyen, Ageles, Akurchanite, Kangakmak, Namaltenyan, Turkana East, and many others. So I then I joined the Turkana County government, where I was appointed by His Excellency Governor Nanok in 15th May 2020 as a county executive committee member in charge of agriculture, pastoral economy and fisheries. And we did quite a lot at that time because we implemented quite a number of irrigation programs that had stalled since 2016. And due to my leadership, my intervention, my management skills, I was able to revive quite a number of them to a reasonable degree of success. I think for the first time, we had an irrigation scheme funded by government in Turkana North at Kachoda, which had stalled since 2016. And by the time I was leaving office, they were doing the 4th harvest, okay? And quite a number of irrigation schemes in South, like Lokwar had stalled, Nakwamoru, Juluk, Wapeto, Kanaodon, and others, including Nakuplas and others. In the livestock sector, I utilized the partners to support, management of diseases, and we achieved a 2.3 million vaccination of common diseases in Turkana County. And we also strengthened the community disease reporting as a very critical structure for early warning, early action. Because when you have an array of community health workers or community livestock health workers who are able to report in good time, then the ministry is able to respond in good time. I am, as you see from my work experience, a seasoned manager of resources, and I'm a leader since I joined working with NGOs, UN, county government, and now I want to transfer those skills and work experiences to Turkana South, the sub-county where I come from. I come on board with key competencies. One among them is resource mobilization skills. I have so many partners that I work with in the civil society organization or the NGOs, the UN, like UNICEF, World Food Program, FAO, and other UN Women, UNFPA, and many others. And also, what we call high net worth individuals. These are individuals like the Chandari of Kenya, like like Steve Jobs, if he was alive, and others like who are very rich. Those are people we need to tap. So I have resource mobilization skills. I come on board with a lot of integrity and sheer accountability and extremely hard-working capacity. And I want to register to the people of Turkana South that I'm ready to serve you because of those wide array of experiences, skills, and academic experience that I have shared with you. Thank you so much, Dr. Logiron.
Thank you, Honorable Philip. Yes, next.
Thank you, Dr. Logiron, Teresa Kachila, Shasha TV, audience. I'm Mr. Peter Malakwene Kitela. I'm a resident of Turkana South. I was born 45 years ago at a village called Katilu Village in Katilu Ward, Turkana South constituency. I began my education at Katilu Primary School, where I completed Kenya Certificate of Primary Education, joined Katilu Boys, and completed secondary education level. I transited to university, Mount Kenya University, where I graduated and attained a Bachelor of Business Management, majored in procurement and supply chain management. In terms of career development, I began my career development in the year 1998 with international organizations, namely Oxfam Great Britain, worked as an international humanitarian expert, specialized in area of operations. I also worked with Malin International South Sudan program, where I supported majorly operations, that is coordination of country office, logistics and operations. I had an opportunity also to work with the International Rescue Committee, majorly on Kenya program, that is refugee programming interventions in Dadaab and Kakuma. That was majorly I've done international operation for the last 16 years and national for 4 years. I had an opportunity also to support the programming in terms of making sure that the refugee programming, the developmental programming in terms of program activities were kind of articulated to ensure that the organizations that I was leading in terms of coordination of operations and programming attained their programming interventions. I have a first experience in international coordination and national coordination. That is majorly on programming activities. I've also had an opportunity, majorly to give a support in terms of mentoring, in terms of coordination, in terms of budgeting. So I feel privileged and honored that I have the capacity to share the experience, the first experience to share with my people of my people of Turkana South, given opportunity in making sure that I share the first experience that I've had outside the country, given that I feel it's time for me to make sure that the experience that I've had outside, both at an international level and national level, I'll be able to make sure that at least that experience is shared across with my people in South, in Turkana South, majorly to improve their livelihood in terms of in areas that I feel they're kind of they need more like support. So I feel given opportunity, I'll be able to make sure that the agendas that I have for them, ranging from
we will come to the agendas.
Sorry.
We will come to that. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Finally, introduce yourself.
Okay, Dr. Logiron, Kachila, Chocha TV, and members of the public. Am I audible? Okay, this is Dr. Rico John Amoit, a resident of Turkana South. I went to Lokichar Primary School, finished KCPE in 1994, joined Lodo High School for my KCSD examination level. Then later on, joined Moi University to pursue Bachelor of Management, Finance and Banking option. That was in 2008. In 2012, I graduated from University of Nairobi, where I did my Master of Business Administration in Finance. And then again, I went to Moi University to pursue my doctorate, which I graduated in 2020, specialization in finance. That specialization in finance, I was able to do a research on ownership structure dimensions, firm performance, and corporate social responsibility disclosure. The case was a mediating relationship of firm performance on the two relationships of ownership structure dimensions and firm performance. My work experience. Before work experience, I've just outlined my academic qualifications. In addition to my academic qualifications, I am professionally an accountant by profession, a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountant, and in addition to that, I'm also a certified public secretary and also a member of the Institute of Certified Public Secretary. My work experience. I started working as fund account manager in Elgeyo Marakwet constituency. In Elgeyo Marakwet, that is Elgeyo North. Then I went to Marakwet West constituency where I was a substantive manager. Then acted in Marakwet East. Then later on, I was transferred to Turkana Central as fund account manager. In 2012, as I was employed as county budget coordinator under Office of the Control of Budget. Then in 2016, end of 2016, I joined Turkana County Government as County Chief Officer for Finance. And then from there in 2018, I was transferred to the Ministry of Infrastructure, Public Works. Finally, I exited Turkana County Government as County Chief Officer for Tourism, Natural Resources, and Management. After leaving the county government, I told the people of Turkana South I'm available to work for them. That's why I'm presenting myself to the people of Turkana South, because I've been engaged in corporate social responsibilities. I've been engaged, I've been in touch with the people of Turkana South. I understand their problem. I've been working in out to see that the common mwananchi, the people whom I've been with, the people whom have so many interests to take care of, I'm obliged. I have the responsibility to respond to the issues, to the needs of the people of Turkana South. So, ladies and gentlemen, from my work experience, working with the national government and county government, I portray myself as a man, as a professional who has all the knowledge, who has all what it takes to support the leadership of Turkana.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Your time is up. Welcome the guy with the UDA colors. We were giving out introductions. Please tell us who you are, your party, though Ariko, I thought, did you say your party?
Okay, sorry. I'm presenting myself to the constituents of Turkana South as a member of parliament under ODM Democratic Movement. Thank you.
Malakwen, which party?
I present myself to the people of Turkana South as a member of parliament, DAP Kenya.
DAP Kenya. What is DAP in full?
It's a Democratic Action Party of Kenya.
Very well. Back to you, Honorable. Tell us your name, your academic qualifications, your job experience, and your party.
Okay. I'm with Justice Elim.
Is he audible? Back there?
I'm with Justice Elim Lopeyok, a.k.a. Aqualata. From Turkana South, fighting as a member of parliament for Turkana South. I'm a degree holder, agricultural education and extension. I have work experience. I've been a teacher. I have taught in the primary school. I have taught in secondary school. My first secondary school as a BOG teacher is Katilu Boys. So I taught in Katilu Boys for 7 years before I opened a school, a new school called Kaptir Mixed Secondary School. Up to now, it is existing, it is doing well, just like any other secondary schools in Turkana. We have produced many students who have joined many institutions in Kenya. From Kaptir, I was transferred to Katilia Boys as a deputy principal in that school. Then recently, this year, I was again transferred to Kalemorok Mixed Day Secondary School. And that is where I left the profession of teaching as a teacher. I have been doing agricultural works. When I was a teacher in Katil Boys, we were doing corporate work with our mission at Nakwamuru. We did irrigation scheme. We opened an irrigation scheme at Nakwamuru. We had one at Kapelibok. We had another one at Juluk. And I was like doing supervisory work because I was well conversant with agricultural activities. In fact, I was doing survey work. So I was the one who did infrastructure work in Kapelibok irrigation scheme under the management of Father John O'Callaghan. And by that time, we had enough food in that region because we had our own people doing what it pertains our people. I fly under UDA, United Democratic Alliance. It is the party of my choice. It is the party of hustlers. It is the party of the common mwananchi in Kenya. So it is the party for all of us. We embrace youth, empowerment of youth under Democratic Alliance, that is UDA, and that is why I value the ideologies of UDA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Will Justus. Welcome. Before we start the interview, maybe I should start from here. The online family and the audience would wish to know the following. 1, your permanent residence in Turkana South. When they want to find you, where will they find you in Turkana South? Where you are based, where your household is. 2, how many MCAs do you have in the 6 or 5 wards? How many Jubilee MCAs do you have as Mheshimiwa? Finally, how well do you know Turkana South in terms of how many voters and the geographical location? We start from you, Honorable Philip Bay. Five minutes. I hope you all captured the question. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Logiron. Volume. Feel like I'm straining. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is better. Thank you so much, Dr. Logiron. I think I missed to mention this in my earlier introduction, that I was born in Kalochiri, Lomeleku in Kalapata ward. Then I became a herder from, of course, from a pastoralist family. I did my herding in Lochakwan, Kursogol, Then there was a drought in 1980 that made me an environmental refugee that led me to settle in How many Jubilee MCS? We have
silence. Tunyamaze.
So in terms of the geographical understanding of Turkana South, I think we have 5 wards. This is a sub-county. We have 5 wards, and the 5 wards are Lobokat, Katilu, Kaptir, Kalapata, Lokicher, and the 2 largest wards are Katilu, very large indeed, warranting split into 2 wards. Lokicher as well is very large, and we border Turkana East, we border West Pokot, of course. We also border Kerio Ward, Turkana Central, and Loima. And we are endowed with the natural resources. We have the only gazetted National Game Reserve, South Turkana Game Reserve. And we have a resource, the Lake River Takwel is a huge resource in Turkana South. And we have the extractives as well in Turkana South. And we have also the livestock resources in Turkana South with the huge grazing resources in the Arrow Plains. And we are also thriving in terms of the business along the main highway from Kainuk all the way to Lochua area. There are a lot of businesses. And I think it is also good to note, for purposes of understanding, that the worst performing ward in terms of the indicators is Kalapata. Kalapata is performing poorly in terms of the social indicators. And for purpose of the audience, the reason why Turkana South is a center of interest is because its social indicators in Turkana South are not performing well. Turkana South used to register one of the lowest global acute malnutrition. But lately, in the subsequent smart surveys, Turkana South has registered very high global acute malnutrition. Of course, it has been occasioned by repeated violent conflict and therefore loss of livelihoods, and also constant exposure to hazards like natural hazards like droughts and of course floods. So Turkana South the vulnerability in Turkana South is deepening, poverty is getting higher, and that's why we need to change the narrative of Turkana South back to the years where it used to be a producing sub-county.
Sir, proceed.
Thank you, Doctor. As I earlier said, I'm a resident of Turkana South. I can be reached at Lokichar. I have a home at Lokichar, Katilu Farm. Then I also have a home at Katilu, where I was born. So in terms of MCS that I do have I have 5 MCS, that is two MCS for DAP Kenya, that is Honorable John Egiron, that is for Katilu Ward. I have Peter Tioko Romeo, that is Kaputir Ward. And then for Kalapata, I have Avilet from DC Democratic Congress, Mr. Honorable Peter Yokoyan. Then Lokichar, I do have Mr. Korodi Puno. Then Lobokat Ward, we have Honorable Edonga. So in terms of voters, generally the population for Turkana South, it's 140,000, but registered voters, they are around 41,000, 40 to 41,000. Turkana South has 5 wards, that is Katilo Ward, Lokichar Ward, Lobokat Ward, Kalapata Ward, and Kaptir Ward. And in these all wards, we are blessed a lot of water along the river, Takwel River. We do have oil. We also have major economic activities along the highway. That is between Lobokat, Kaptir, Lobokat, Lokichar, and in terms of engagement, engaging the Turkana South population in terms of the social economic empowerment, I feel like we do have major activities that we feel there is more like we need to do in terms of empowerment. So I think basically that is what I can mention. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mheshimiwa Will Justus.
I reside at Lokichar currently, but my family lives at Kalemoro. I have 5 real MCS. 5 real MCS. Not examples of MCS. Lobokat, I have Mheshimiwa Samuel Aliwo Elimili, UDA, Willie Barondani. Kaptir, I have Mwalimu Michael Ayamun Ekale from Kaptir Ward. Katilu, I have a very serious man who has packed some people already. Some people have retired from politics already because of that gentleman. That is Honorable William Etubon Ekorokoro Anokwakem. Wakati people have a lot of problems of food problem. Lokichar, I have Honorable Raphael Loperito Nabo. In fact, he's going for a third term after doing well in his second term. Kalapata, I have Honorable Linus Echeme Nauyongorot. So those are 5 MCS whom I think all of them are going to be in our county assembly by 10th August. That is what we know. All these others are just escorting them. They are making company. Because some names, when you hear some names, you just get... okay, that is... those are our MCS under UDA party. Turkana South constituency, I know it very well. It is my beloved constituency. I just feel like staying in Turkana South and becoming a member of parliament in Turkana South. I know we have resources in Turkana South. It is one of the richest constituencies in this county because we have enough water, which are, this water is underutilized. Although we have irrigation schemes, but this water is not put under good use because of shortcomings in our ministries, which are supposed to help our people use this water well. We have arable land in the south, especially on the western part, as we border West Pokot. We have very fertile land, which if we would have put it under use, then Turkana County, it would have fed itself because of produce coming from those lands, because they are very productive. If they are put into use, then we will not have a problem of food insecure in this county.
Your time is up, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you.
Yes, proceed, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Doc. Let me start by appreciating the geographical part of Turkana South. Turkana South has a coverage of 7,700 kilometers square. How many MCS I have as ODM party? We brag by presenting to the people of Turkana South majority of the sitting MCS. Starting from Laborat, David Erkudi Ewoyete is no joke. He's a warrior of Malimalite. Lote Shadrach of Kaptiri is one man that will not see Willie Barrow being pushed in Kaptiri ward. We can bet. We can bet. And one man called again in Katil ward, Peter Akono, that has made Jubilee MCA retired peacefully. We don't care about Wilbaro in Turkana South. We don't know Wilbaro in Turkana South. You know why? We'll come back to that. Lokcher Road, ODM is the only party in Turkana South that has presented to the people of Turkana South a lady. The way Baba in Kenya has presented Honorable Martha Karua. In our case, we are presenting Alice Nakawa. Kalapata Ward, Peter Edunglo Kutuni. One man, young, very slim, but when he bites, you will run away from Kalapata. You will forget Kalapata. Peter Edunglo Kutuni defeated our party ODM, defeated Jubilee with all the choppers. Lokutuni is going to be the MCA for Kalapata come August 9th. How do I understand? I'm a resident of Turkana South. Specifically, I reside in Lokichar and Nakale. I reside in the 2 wards. With me here, I have my lady, Nancy Ajele Nangorombi, in this hall. Are you there? I spend in my house. I have a house in Lokichar, my home. I don't spend in my parents' house. How do I understand Turkana South? Turkana South has a voter population of 40,000 and some 500. And the biggest 2 wards are Lokichar Ward with voter population of over 14,000, followed by Katil Ward, 13,000 with some 500, followed by Kalapata, 4,000, some 500 or 600 there. Then Kapti Ward, then finally Lobokata Ward. Turkana South is endowed with a number of assets. One of the assets is livestock. The wealth of Turkana in Turkana South is livestock, followed by land. Our land is still unregistered land under the trust of Turkana County Government. That is the asset of the people of Turkana South. Also, Turkana South is endowed with 2 waters. The waters of River Takwel and the waters of Kerio. The main economic activities in Turkana South is pastoralism. In addition to pastoralism, we are farming along River Takwel.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Doc.
You will introduce the agenda when we go there.
Asante sana wagombea wa Turkana Kusini. Kwa sasa ningependa tuweze kuingia katika agenda. Tell us your 5 key agendas. Agenda zako muhimu za kwanza 5. Na kwa ajili ya muda tafadhali tuweze kutilia manani dakika 5 kwa kila moja. Tuanze pamoja nawe Mheshimiwa Philip Omen. Okay, wacha tuanze na upande ule mwingine. Ko tayari?
Thank you, Kachila.
Sawa.
The people of Turkana South, the motivation behind me presenting myself as a member, as a candidate for MP Turkana South is this. I feel about Turkana South. And being an MP, I have a responsibility as envisaged in the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The first responsibility that I need to execute is legislation. The second one is oversight. Then finally, representation. Under representation, this is where personally I need to tell the people of Turkana South, why do I have in my manifesto? what is this that is a promissory note to the people of Turkana South? Dr. Logiron, I wish to present my manifesto to you before I discuss it. Okay, I am back.
You have 3 minutes to finish up with your 5 key agendas.
I presented the responsibility of a member of parliament as envisaged in the Constitution 2010. Under representation, I wish to present the following promissory notes to the people of Turkana South. The first one is education. The current challenges we are exposed to as citizens or community of Turkana South is this. We have done a lot of infrastructure projects. We have done a lot of schools in Turkana South without taking into consideration the teacher-people ratio. In this case, I wish to tell the people of Turkana South that I'm coming to improve the existing infrastructure of education. In addition to that, I'm presenting myself as one person who has so many networks in national government. In this case, I will lobby to see that the teacher ratio has been improved. That is working with the various stakeholders in charge of education. Secondly, I've been operating a foundation called Arico Foundation. Having gone through a number of challenges through my academic and professional life, I've been touched with how a Turkana child is going through in pursuance of education. In this regard, what I've done personally, I've given personal contribution as a way of giving back to the community. I've educated a number of students, majority of them now working in the county government, majority of them are doctors, engineers. If I wish to present one day, I will present a number of students, the 40 students I've sponsored and have finished schools, as a pilotherapist, a renowned pilotherapist in Turkana South. In addition to that, insecurity in Turkana South is rampant. I don't know why. I think the leadership, the current leadership, has not taken into consideration what is taking place in Turkana South. Because majority of our leaders have been presenting themselves on this issue of security, that they are going to make sure that Turkana South is secure. Unfortunately,
you have a minute. You have 1 minute.
I think, Doc, we are not just presenting a shell. We need to expound what we are presenting to the people.
That is why you had your 5 minutes. Please, we are time conscious, unless you want us to stay here till morning. You have your 1 minute to finish up.
So the issue of insecurity. Insecurity in Turkana South is a major problem. So what I intend to do as a member of parliament, I need to establish permanent and sustainable kraals along the borders. Put basic resources with our wananchi or the kraals that are supposed to guard our borders. Secondly, as a member of parliament for Turkana South, I will provide one vehicle to support our pastoralists to take care of their problems. Water projects along the Aro area. Currently, we are facing a lot of problems in terms of providing water to our animals and the people. I want to establish a dam in Aro, because when the animals, when the pastoralists move to the river, they destroy the farmers' farms. Third, on food security. This unity in Turkana South has made us vulnerable, has made us not be in a position to secure our people. That insecurity
Thank you,
has
Mheshimiwa.
really affected the farming across our river.
Thank you.
Okay.
Since I have given him 6 minutes and 30 seconds, you will also have 6 minutes, 30 seconds, equally.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go straight to my agenda without wasting time beating about the bush. Agenda 1. In my manifesto is security. Security in Turkana South is an issue. And when we do not have security, there is nothing we can do in terms of development. So we have to fix security first, then we develop those other sectors. I have been in peace committees. I've been one of the people who have been negotiating for peace between our neighbors and Turkanas. And we did it well. That is where we have enjoyed peace for the last 3 years. Until recently is when those other activities came back of highway robbery, cattle rustling. But we have to go back and talk to our people and talk to those leaders from other tribes, specifically West Pokot, because that's where our problem is. So when we fix peace and security, then development, the education we are talking about, the farming we are talking about, the agriculture we are talking about, the food security we are talking about, it will happen. But when we do not have security, we will do nothing. Even if we will pump a lot of money into our development activities, especially in insecurity-prone areas. So that is number one, because I know where to fix in insecurity. It is just about peace. We negotiate for peace within ourselves and even our neighbors. Number two is about agriculture, and that is food security. We need to do something so that we produce enough food, enough for our people. Lobokat Ward and Kaptiri Ward are good soils, which when we can use these soils properly, then we will have enough food to feed the whole of Turkana County. Like now, we are in a production phase of oil. And many people are going to reside in Lokchar. Many people are going to come to Lokchar. And when they are there, we need to bring vegetables. We need to bring fruits. And we need to produce these items locally. Otherwise, we will be empowering other communities. And then we will be leaving our people to continue living in poverty. Otherwise, if we develop agriculture, if we mechanize agriculture, then we will produce what will feed our people.
2 minutes.
And what
2
will
minutes.
fetch us money, because we will have many people working in the pipeline, and we need to supply them with the vegetables so that our people get money. And that's what we are embracing in United Democratic Alliance, UDA. Number 3, education. As a teacher, I know what it pertains when it comes to education. I have gone through challenges attaining what I have. I did not attend some classes. I did not attend some, maybe, okay, when I joined secondary, I could not do well in Form 1 because there are some classes I skipped because of school fees. So as a teacher, I know what to do. We need to develop our TVETs. We need to train our people. We need to invest into training colleges. Like maybe in Turkana South, we have ROTTC. It is me who will finish that college, no another person. Because this other person, these other people, they are just doing business there in that ROTTC. Every time they put 20 million, but this 20 million, we can't see what this 20 million has done to ROTTC. So it is me who will do that. I will pump good money there. Then we will make sure this college is complete so that our boys and girls will go there to get some skills. Because we do not want to waste, to waste our people.
30 seconds.
Now, another thing, I want to have a united Turkana South. I know some people are riding on clanism. Like some are saying they are fighting because they are Sonyokas. Some are saying they want to become a member of parliament because they are from Ngebelai and something like that. So that thing has brought a lot of division in Turkana South. So I want to unite all people in Turkana South, regardless of whether you are a Sonyokite or what. Because some people are riding on those.
Thank you. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you so much.
You have your 6 minutes to tell us your 5 key agendas. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Dr. Logiron.
Order.
My 5 key agendas that I present to the people of Turkana South. First, activism and advocacy is my key issue that I need to work on in terms of ensuring that there is equitable and equal distribution of resources across the 5 wards. And in this, my target is, first, I intend to ensure that education issue is improved in terms of scholarship, because that is the major thing that has been a challenge for our students. I intend to ensure that we've set up a scholarship platform where we have to engage all the institutions, the education institutions, in terms of making sure that the scholarship funds are worked in a way that there is an agreement between the institution and the Turkana CDF. Instead of there is too much time wasted in terms of making checks, I intend to instill in a new multi-sectoral approach in terms of engaging all the education partners, including the community, to ensure that we work on a framework that would make the issue of scholarship more easier and feasible to our learners. And under that, I intend to make sure that there is 100% scholarship support to cater for primary, secondary, and education. And in this, I've worked for this 5 thematic agenda. I have worked for a budget worth 2 billion These 2 billion, what CDF Kitty gives per year, it's 100 million. And in the next strategic 5-year plan, that gives us around 500 million Kenya shillings in the 5 strategic plan.
So 3 minutes.
In terms of agriculture, I intend to revitalize the issue of irrigation schemes by making sure that there is enough resources provided across, from the partners, from the county government, to ensure that there is much more resources given to irrigation scheme to support the farmers in ensuring that they improve in terms of agroeconomic support. I also intend to make sure that in addressing the issue of agriculture, I intend to ensure that there is a farmers training, a nurturing training center that would be able to address the issue of trainings, the issue of farmers farmers program, cross program initiative. In terms of food security, in terms of health, I intend to bring in a multi-sectoral approach by engaging health partners to support in terms of making sure that we provide radiology services to the people of Turkana South, because that has been a big challenge when you look at the issue of sourcing services from
1 minute.
The county government referral hospital. I also intend in the same health program, I also intend to ensure that there is consideration in terms of mock services, because that has been a challenge. Whenever we lose our loved one, we incur a lot of costs in transporting them to the Turkana County Referral Hospital, which is a big a challenge. In terms of security, peace and security, I would like to work together with the national government and security actors to gain more from the multi-sectoral security surveillance approach from the local administrators.
Thank you. Your time is up. Your time is up, Mheshimiwa. Honorable Ebe, you have 6 minutes. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Dr. Logiron. I will go straight to the point in terms of my 7-point agenda. If time allows, I will say the 7. If not, I will do the 5. First, as I said, we need to focus our interventions, our development agenda based on evidence that's available or risks that are affecting our people. As I said earlier, there is acute or severe acute malnutrition in Turkana South, or there is a rising trend in terms of the global presentation of the global acute malnutrition in Turkana South. Therefore, my case is to first focus on food security and livelihoods. And these two issues come on board, or 3 issues. One is to ensure that we re-energize the agriculture along River Takwel. We bring a lot of effort in terms of investment, not within government, yes, from national government, yes, from the county government, because we are going to partner with the county government, but also attracting other investors like the private sector and other organizations like World Food Program, FAO. You know, cattle irrigation scheme was initiated by FAO in the 70s, and they're still keen on ensuring there's food security in this region. This is a food insecure county, water stressed and water abuse, but there is an opportunity with River Takwel. there's a huge opportunity for us to produce enough food for the people of Turkana South with a surplus for the market. That is my conviction. Number two, we are endowed with livestock resources. As you know, this audience knows, there is a Kenya Defense Forces camp or installation that will be in the Aro area. We need to say we can talk to Kenya Meat Commission to set up a satellite campus or a satellite factory in the Aro region for purposes of ensuring our animals are accessing a ready market. Number three, in terms of food security, is the apiculture. We are the Nkebotok of Turkana County. Nkebotok means the poor who are reliant on honey production. So you have a huge opportunity. In fact, for your information, the Nakwamaru honey is the best honey in Kenya. It has been taken for trials and testing in Germany. So we have a huge opportunity. We have a huge opportunity to turn around the economy of Turkana South using food security alone. Number three is utilizing the urban population along the main highway. The Kainuk, they are coming, the Kailemorok, Lokichar, and other centers that are coming up. And ensuring that each ward is investing, or we are trying to invest in women. My point is, we need to invest in women in terms of how we ensure that they're into business, and our youth are also interested in business, and they're doing self-employment. They're not just waiting for employment, they're doing self-employment. Okay, number two, in terms of my agenda, is to ensure that, of course, as I said earlier, why not? Why shouldn't we have an agricultural training center along River Takwa? Why not? We need to build capacity, especially in the extension work, for agricultural sector to thrive in Turkana South. Number two is education. Of course, as you know, education is the only equalizer. I'm seated here before you because of education. I was born of a pastoralist family, and I was affected by a drought. I lost all my livelihood. But because of education, I have another chance. I have another chance in life. So we need to see which functions are devolved. ECD is devolved, vocational training are devolved, other functions are with the national government. So we need to map all our villages in Turkana South and ensure that all our children, in fact, for your information, 144 children are out of school in Turkana County. That is an injustice. It should not happen. No one should be out of school because of barriers of infrastructure or lack of access to education. We need to ensure that all our children of school-going age are going to school. And in primary school, of course, you know, we can continue to do what we call model primary school. We've done so much, you know, what we call in development, spreading thinly. We are spreading thinly. What if we say we want to model primary schools and secondary schools in each ward? We have a model secondary school, we have a model primary school. Centers of excellence, so to say. So that is one area that we need to focus on, especially so for our youth who are not...
1 minute.
Number three is the water sector. Water sector for life, water for life access, reliable access to water to our livestock along migratory routes, and of course, having an urban water supply plan for Lokichar, for Kainuk, and other urban centers. Number four, is it four? Or is it 4? 6, peace and security. Peace building, this is an interactive session, yeah? It is an interactive session, so don't, so peace building is devolved. It's a capacity of, it's a function of the county government. Security is a national government. So we'll ensure that we have peace dividends projects along our borders. Agriculture for peace, sports for peace, health centers along the borders, and ensuring that we also establish government installation along the border. Like the police posts should be established along the borders to enhance our peace. My most important agenda is partnerships. Even the SDG number 17 is partnerships for the goal. I have a wealth of experience. I have a lot of partners I can tap into so that they can invest in the social sectors, the food security sectors, and also... Your time is up. Time is up. Okay, thank you. So, but my point is, we need to focus on partnerships so that, you see, Dr. just
thank you.
2 seconds.
You will respond to that during the
This is the only sub-county that has got one NGO, World Division. I've seen Nawiri coming. That is the only sub-county that's got one NGO. We
Thank you.
So many NGOs.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Because
Thank
we
you.
cannot do it alone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mheshimiwa. I hope you've shared your agendas. You've utilized your time. I am sorry for those who have not shared the 5 points, but we will ask you questions based on the issues you've raised as your manifesto. We have how many online viewers? Balosi, how many online viewers? We have 420 people watching you, and I know the pages have been shared. Turkana South is watching you people. Now, we are sharing questions from the online family, then we will get back to the plenary. Where do we start the questions? Here or there? Make a decision. Katikati. Tuanzie wapi? Katikati. Mheshimiwa Malakwen Ekitela. You've said that I captured 3 issues. I captured advocacy on education, scholarship support, agriculture, health, and security. Were those the issues you mentioned? Anything left from the issues you mentioned? What do you think I did not capture? I captured all the issues you said. I will ask some questions and Kachila will ask some. You will have the privilege of answering them. Then after that, we will go to the plenary. From the background you gave us, you said you've worked with humanitarian organizations. Did you say that? Yes, I did. So that means you've never worked with government.
Actually, on a development career, I've only worked for international organizations.
Very well.
Yeah.
You've never worked with government. So when you talked of advocacy, that means you want to run an NGO. That is what the NGO does, advocacy, unless you want to usurp their roles. So on the same note, you've never been in Turkana South for all that long since you've been in Sudan and Kakuma. And I guess you've never voted in Turkana South. And if you voted, you will respond to that. Do you know the history of the emergence of Turkana South as a constituency? Did you take part in the formation of that constituency? If you did, what role did you play? If you did not, why now? Question number 1. Number 2, the government have structures. Silence, please. Government has the way of doing things. As an MP, you will be doing legislation, oversight, and representation. From the information you shared, there is no indication of the 3 functions. Do you think Turkana South people can trust leadership to a non-starter? Finally, you've never participated in any community building activity, ranging from humanitarian work to support to the community. Why do you think you can be given this role by the Turkana South constituency? Thank you. Please answer those questions. You have your 5 minutes to respond to that. If you need more minutes, we can add. This is your time. Please continue.
Thank you, Doctor. maybe to begin with the first question on the issue of advocacy. Well, I just want to categorically let you know that it's not only in NGO world that you engage on advocacy. I think you got it differently. My advocacy was basically on the issue of bringing in international organizations' experience in terms of networking. Because there's no way you can work as a government without bringing in issue to do with collaboration and partnership. So my take in terms of advocacy was basically to bring in more like a new approach in a government intervention, because I felt like there is a gap in terms of doing more to ensure that the people of Turkana South benefit out of the process of making sure that there is more enhanced scholarship, advocacy networking. And that is what I meant with that, because I felt there is kind of less in terms of making sure that they get equitable and equal resources from the government of the day. And that is why I took that initiative to say, if given opportunity with the wide international and national experience that I've had in an NGO world, having worked for the international organization like Oxfam Great Britain, Malin International, and IRC, I felt more privileged and with exposure that my people will be able to benefit out of that advocacy. Basically, making sure that I bring in more NGOs to support the government of the day, because as I had earlier mentioned, I have a strategic budget worked for the Turkana South that needs more resources. And when you look at the national government resources that are available, you only have a budget of 500 million allocated for the next 5 years, which is more or less. When you look at the issues that the people, the community need, there is more that it's needed. And for you to achieve this, you need to make sure that you've partners with international NGOs, UN, for you to get the deficit, to ensure that you've served the people with the needed support. In the second question, why do I feel that I can support the people of Turkana South, given that I've never worked for the government? I think leadership does not look at what profession have you acquired, or what areas have you worked on to provide the leadership. I feel it's more like it's more like fake, because in leadership you need to make sure that you make sure that you sell you make sure that there is more of representation, there is more of oversight, and of course the legislation and all this. There is no way you can only tap that experience from one one sector. I think it's something that that I feel need more of clarity on the issue of voting.
Your time is up. You need some minutes?
Just a minute. In terms of whether I voted in South Sudan, I mean in South Turkana South, or while I worked in South Sudan, let me tell you, I participated in voting. In the last 2017, I voted. And because that is my rightful take in terms of making sure that I exercise my constitutional right to ensure that I vote as a Kenyan to elect the leaders. So I voted as a registered voter of Turkana South. Thank you.
Thank you. Where do you want us to go? To your right or to your left? To your left. Very well. Mheshimiwa Justus, you said you are famously known as Aqualata. You said you will handle these issues: security issues, agriculture, education, and uniting Turkana South. Mheshimiwa, are you copying? Were those the 4 issues you mentioned? Very well. You already have permanent assistance or personal assistance. And you did not introduce her. What is wrong with you, Mheshimiwa? Sometimes it is good to introduce the people we are with. I will start with the security issue. We are informed that you took part in handling insecurity issues in Turkana South. Was that the case? And we are being informed that while handling insecurity in Turkana South, you also precipitated insecurity. You took part in creating kraals, and these kraals are now becoming or recruiting boys as highway robbers. You'll help me handle that. I don't want to go to the nitty-gritties of insecurity. On education, while a principal or a head teacher at Kaptir Secondary, your boys decided to be blindfolded. There are also cases that you are forcibly transferred from those schools because of integrity. Why do you think Turkana South can have trust in you in pushing insecurity and education issues? Maybe you can answer those 2 questions.
Okay.
If I can add something on education, you talked about ROTTC. Being that I'm in the media, most youths in Turkana are not taking up teaching profession. And in the first government, the first county government, due to devolution, about 23 teachers resigned and went to the county. So how are you going to, apart from the infrastructure, constructing and finishing the construction of ROTTC. How are you going to make these youths to embrace teaching as a profession?
And on the same issues on ROTTC, we are informed that you are the brains behind ROTTC while working with the current MP. Now that you are in the bottom-up approach, and the bottom-up approach is known by kusema na kutenga. This project has been a white elephant for close to 4 years after the launch. Do you think it is a continuity of kusema na kutenga? You have your 5 minutes. If you need to be added more, we will be privileged to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. For the first question, I don't think that is what I was doing. Maybe that is another person, but not me. I love peace, and I am a peace ambassador. Because without peace, even if you try to make some cracks in peace, you will be a victim of insecurity. Because in most cases, I usually use vehicles along that highway. So, and you know, bandits will not spare even me when they get me in that vehicle. In fact, if you can try to make insecurity a problem to our people, then you have no choice of wanting to become a leader, because people must be secure, and all of us need peace. So I have been doing it without any other ill motive behind it, because I know when we have peace, schools will go on well, farms, people will go to farms, people will do business well, our people will do business without interference. So saying that I was involved to create cracks into peace, that is a lie, and it is not true. When students became maybe whatever, either blind or something like that, but that time that is the time I was transferred to Katilia Boys High School, and that is 2020. I was transferred on February. So I had my other principal who took after me. So maybe that question I may not answer right now because I was not there. My time, there were no problems of that kind, and I left the school without any problem. And even in terms of performance, we were doing well. And I don't know which kind of integrity is this, because I don't believe if I was transferred because of integrity problem, and I'm not sure, and I don't know whether there was something like that. It is normal to be transferred, and people say sometimes a change is better, just like a rest. So when I'm transferred to another school, that is a teacher should work anywhere, and I'm rural minded. Whether I was moved from Kaptir to Katilia, still if there is a child there, I was still comfortable, and I produced. We got a mini score of 4, and when I joined, it was 2. So creating a division of 2 points in a school of 2, it was an achievement. In fact, that transfer was like a blessing to those boys on that other end. ROTTC, okay, I know some people sometimes despise teaching. They say teaching is for people who failed in school. But teaching is not for people who failed in high school. Teaching is a noble profession, and we should always encourage our boys and girls to go for teaching, because as you see, teachers are the best parents that we can have in this world. And teachers are the people who will change this world the way we want. Otherwise, if teachers were not there, then all of us wouldn't be there. We would have been herdsmen or herdsboys somewhere. But we should also, when I will become a member of parliament, I will make sure there is a good package for teachers so that they get motivated, because you know every job must pay well. That is why you can hear Dr. Ariko talking about the promissory notes, because these promissory notes sometimes pay well because you do 1 or 2 balancing of so even teaching, people invest in teaching, and when you invest in somewhere, at least the value of that time that you wasted must be equivalent to what you will get. And if we can do that to our teachers, then our children will accept going for this training in TTCs. People resigning, you know, sometimes people need to serve other part of the world. Because sometimes if you serve maybe students throughout, it is good sometimes to make a change. Go and serve all the people in the county. Because even going to the county is the same service that you will deliver to our people. So people resigning in teaching, joining county, it's just normal. You are transferring this service to that other department. It is not a loss as such. ROTTC, yes, I will say I was behind establishment, but we did not finish. We only launched, and some people took over. So when they took over like that, we stayed at the fence watching, and whatever we have seen is that there is nothing good taking place there. Last day, I saw some people doing, I don't know, clearing bushes or constructing something similar to a house, I don't know. But during my time, we will make sure we have put good money in construction of structures in that TTC, a modern one, not the one that I'm seeing. Classes are constructed like those ones that nursery children are going to use. We want modern structures, modern labs, with good designs. You know, I passed by and asked the contractor, do you have a design for this ROTTC? He told me he has a plan of this structure alone. And how do you call this structure? He was not able to explain. But such a kind of mismanagement, we can say it is mismanagement of public funds. Because if there are no designs, there is nothing, then how will you account for what you are doing there? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Akwalata, choose for us which side, your right or your left. No, I want you to choose. Malakwen chose you. Very well. Honorable Dr. Ariko, I have some questions for you here. First of all, I captured a few issues from you: education, insecurity, water, and food insecurity. Let me start with education. In Turkana South, we have about 22.3%, that is 31% of school-going students actually attending school. As a scholar and a social corporate responsibility guru in that case, I would wish to tell you that the breakdown of that 1K students is 6K in pre-primary, 18K in primary, 5K in secondary, 700 in TVET, and 200 in university. As an MP, what would be your multiplier if you increase this number from 22.3%? Number 2, why politics, yet you have a PhD? What is so sweet in politics? Are you there? Are you going there because you are an accountant? You want to get something since you worked as a CDF manager sometimes? Number 3, you worked in county government as a county chief officer finance. Contractors loudly complained that you've been refusing to pay them. Is it that you are in the same bed with the contractor? Population can have trust on you. Number 3, the politics of Ngisonyoka and Ngibilai. How do you plan to survive in that kind of politics? Finally, you talked of food insecurity. I want to refer to urban food insecurity. We have a good number of people who want money because they cannot afford $1 a day. Did you wait till this time that you want to make your people food insecure? Thank you. You have your 5 minutes to respond to that.
Okay, can you repeat the last question on the issue?
I am talking about the urban food insecure population. How do you plan to tackle the issue of food insecurity? Since you've asked me that, I can add the 4th one about Kapese Trust Fund. You are a guru of social corporate responsibility. And there are a lot of issues right now about Kapese Trust Fund. Are you behind that, or someone wants to use you to achieve their objective?
Thank you, Doc. You are running away from the responses. Okay, thank you. The first question on the issue of multiply effect. What is this that Honorable Ariko will do to have a multiplier effect on the matters of education? The first item here, I want to request all professionals of Turkana South to give back to the community. Giving back to the community in this way. One is need to do civic education to our students who are completing Form 4. That's a responsibility that they need to give back. They need to educate our brothers and sisters who have finished Form 4. By doing this, we'll have many students in colleges. We'll have many graduates in the universities. What I was requesting professionals to be doing to improve our certificates, both in diploma and degrees. Once the students have completed Form 4, there's need for professional, senior professionals to come and talk to these people and probably ask them to secure admission letters for colleges. That's how we can improve that. And again, during our time, there was no bursary. There was no bursary. We were dependent on Lokichar Family Development Program. I am a beneficiary of Lokichar Family Development Program. Some people miss that program because of me. And that's what has touched me as a Rico John Amoit. That's why I'm giving back to this community. That's why I'm taking the children of the people of Turkana South to acquire their degrees and diploma. So the multiplier effect in this case, we need more students to go to school. How do we improve that? By increasing the bursary allocation. The bursary allocation, you go to the county bursary. The county bursary should target the needy and not the guys who are working. So when I was in CDF, money is being allocated at the locational level because I knew it is these members of the location who understand, who have the background of the peoples, of the kids of that particular area. That's one. Number two, there's a need to finance or to fund those students, the A students. The A students sometimes end up doing social sciences. Somebody gets an A instead of going to do medicine because of lack of money. So there is need for an MP for Turkana South. As an MP for Turkana South, I will make sure each of the wards, I have a guarantee of sponsoring fully at least 5 students in each of the wards. Fully sponsored. I happen to sponsor a kid of a mother who hanged herself in Kapese. I'm the one sponsoring that kid. Yet CDF is there. Another blind lady in Lokichar. Another blind lady. CDF is there, but they look at Ariko because of the history. If you want to know the good or bad, get the history of a man and not the intention they are presenting to the electorate. So it's about the past, the history of the candidates. Let's look at the history of the candidates, whether they are participating, they are practicing what they intend to do now. So that is the question number one. Why politics? The motivation behind my politics is the continued engagement with the problems of the people of Turkana South. Since the time I started working in CDF in Marakwet, I was touched by the problems of the Turkana people staying in Marakwet. I was touched by the students who are meeting me in a rural town. And I used CDF bursary for Marakwet to sponsor these students as a philanthropist because of wanting to give back, because of the urge to give back to my people. So, the reason as to why I've entered into politics, the power of leadership, the power of being an elected member of parliament.
Time is up. Do you need more time?
I need more time. This is not something that you can just... I need more time, please. If you need me to present my issues to my people, please give me time.
Please proceed, Mheshimiwa.
Yeah. So that touch, being in touch with these people, it is not about looking for a job. I've been in several jobs in charge of finances of various institutions. This time round, I want the power of the people, the power to network with the national government. I've worked with national government for 15 years. I have a lot of connections with national government. The responsibility of a national member of parliament is to network with other colleagues, to network with the persons working in various institutions, at least to get professional employment. It is so unfortunate in this Turkana. The responsibility of the MP is just to make noise here on the ground. But going there, they cannot even present a single person in senior government positions. So using my networks, and I've done a lot. I've looked for employment. I've made guys employed in national government where I was working as a junior government officer. The many positions I've held in national government, I've made replacement. I've made replacement of my own person from the Turkana people. That's the achievement I want to demonstrate to the citizens of Turkana South. When I was working with the Turkana County government, I was employed because of my professional qualification to rescue this county government when we were facing issues of mismanagement of funds. The first 1 week, the first 1 month, I was employed in Turkana County government. I faced the Public Accounts Committee in the Senate. You remember His Excellency Governor Nok had employed a number of people of Turkana, but he went through a lot of problems. But you can go to the website of Public Accounts Committee, how I defended this county because of the first impression you present during defense matters a lot. The first impression matters a lot. On the issues of payment of contractors, I'm not aware of denying any contractor any payment. I can give classic examples. During the 2017 election. There were a number of competitors from the other side. I paid everybody. I just want one classic example to be said here that I refuse to pay anyone their rights. So that one, I don't know that. The issue of Nisonyoka and Ngibilai, the guys promoting this, proclaiming this in the eyes of the electorate, are the guys who do not have agenda for the people of Turkana South. Are the guys who do not have history in Turkana South. They don't have history. They cannot even say one thing that they have done to the people of Turkana South. And that's why they want to take advantage. Probably they think Ariko is Hebelite. Forgetting that the intermarriages between Ibilai, all these tribes putting in Turkana, all the tribes are related in one way or another.
You have 1 minute.
But I wish them the best.
1 minute.
It is so unfortunate for somebody who has education without education of the mind, without education of the heart, is no education. Education of the mind without education of the heart is no education. There's no leadership there.
Can you finalize, Mheshimiwa?
Finally, on the issue of Kapese Trust Fund. The Kapese Trust Fund is as a result of corporate social responsibility by Talo Company. The first case was where the ACS used to give funds to a certain committee in Lokichar. This committee used to undertake a number of projects in Turkana South. They used to pay bursaries. All of a sudden, the leadership changed the management. They established what we call Kapese Trust Fund, of which we cannot be told what is this fund doing. The other time last month, I was told 28,000 came. What the elders got is 2,500 M-Pesa. So they cannot account for the so many millions that were released to Kapese Trust Fund.
Thank you.
When I took over as an MP for Turkana South, I will return back Kapese Trust Fund to where it was.
Thank you. And to you, Honorable Philip. While at Oxfam, you handled WASH programs. Lokichar is one of the villages that does not have water, yet WASH was one of the functions done at Oxfam. Please tell your constituents why and how you can do it. 2, you talked of malnutrition. Lokichar having, Turkana South having severe cases of malnutrition. Is it happening now, or it happened also your time while you were in Oxfam? Anger safety net. You said Turkana South has only one NGO. Do you think this program will be sustainable? Let's come to county government. Sustainability of HSNP and existence of non-governmental organizations in Turkana. What is your response to that? Turkana County Government, or before we go to Turkana County Government, we are informed that you are the person perpetuating disunity in Turkana South through the allegory of Ngibilai and Nsonyoka through Kakalo. Is that true? Hey, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Philip. Number 2, it is alleged that you are Lomene's project to hide the ills from the CDF projects to the Talo and other projects to county government. During your handover, I'm told you did it alone without involving other people. Is that your kind of leadership? Umerekod mheshimiwa?
Can you expound that question?
Wanasema during not handover, wakati ulitoka county government, and inaitwa handover, ile pati ya mwisho watu hawakujumuishwa au kutoka ofisi watu wakiwa, ulifanya peke yako na watu wachache ukamaliza. Hii si maswali yangu, imetoka hapa. Irrigation scheme, I am told you are taking pride of projects done by the other CECs, not by you. There is a mention of Kanaodon and Nakwamoru, whereby these projects stalled, you reverted and reallocated the money because the contractor was your friend. You will respond to that. Finally, they say you are the agent and the cause of food insecurity in Turkana County. Wanasema, you are the agent and the cause of...
I want to listen to this question.
Can you give Honorable Philip time so that he can respond to that?
These are very important questions.
Very important for the sake of you.
Listen so that I can respond appropriately.
There is an allegation that initially, before you came to county government, Turkana County had 51,000 acres of arable land. But since you came in, Prosopis juliflora reduced to 12,000. Hence, Turkana County residents are food insecure, courtesy of Philip. While answering that, please tell us, is it your projects or someone's project? You have 10 minutes to respond to that, not 5 minutes, because you have very many issues. Welcome, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you so much, Doc, and the viewers online and present here. Those are very important questions for clarification, because facts are never disputed. I will share with you the facts and not hearsay, not politics. If your question is quoted with politics, we will still answer it. Okay? So, the history of Oxfam in Turkana County, Oxfam was a Turkana North program. Turkana North District. Later on, when I joined, we moved to Turkana West. We only came to Turkana Central and Loima when there was a challenge in food distribution between World Food Program and Kenya Red Cross or something like that. So Oxfam was invited to come and distribute food in Turkana Central and Turkana Loima. We never had programs of wash interventions, rather, in Turkana South, Turkana East. The only programs we had in Turkana East and South were mobile schools. That is for record. That is for what? You can do a fact check. Number two, and the question was, Lokichara has no water views, but when I joined UNICEF, we solarized the borehole, isn't it? We did a borehole in Kimabur and solarized it, isn't it? We dug a borehole in Sopel. It is flowing, it's a high-yielding borehole in Sopel and solarized it, isn't it? So you sugarcoat it with politics, I give you facts, okay? Number two, and the part two of that question was how and what can you do? What can I do? I told you earlier during my earlier remarks that I have a plan, and I think I began this plan when I was in UNICEF, to have an urban water supply strategy for our towns. Urban water supply strategy. Lokichar is a rapidly growing town because of the economic activities around Lokichar, isn't it? Because of the oil, and it's also a sub-county headquarter. Therefore, we need to see how we can have an expanding water provision or a plan where water is able to accommodate the rising population in Lokichar. And of course, you know, water is a devolved function. So this is a function of county government. I treat county government as a critical stakeholder in my administration when I assume office. I have to work with the county government. That's why I am advocating and campaigning for Honorable C.S. Munez to assume office so that I don't have struggles that Lomenen suffered when there was an ODM governor. He was a Jubilee MP, I don't know, DAP, MCA. Things will be confused. Okay? Malnutrition. Malnutrition, some gum, whether it is happening now and why didn't I do so much during the Oxfam days. Let me give you some history, those of us who don't know. Turkana County in the 20s used to thrive. There was no malnutrition in the 30s, in the 40s, even 50s, until 1960, locally called Namotor, is when we went to the Maskini camps. You know that? That's when people were moved here and there to survive, where there was potential. Turkana South never suffered the drought of 1960. The 70s were good. There were no challenges in the 70s. Until 1980, that also affected me personally. That's why I lost my family hearts. Then we had back to back. We used to have droughts after every 10 years. Then it was 2 to 3 years, then 2 to 5 years. So we had back to back droughts coupled with violent conflict in Turkana South. So this is what deepened our vulnerability in terms of no access to our farms, and that our livelihoods, or livestock livelihoods, or pastoral livelihoods were not recovering. So I think that's a very important consideration for the people of Turkana South to note. And because of this, you notice over years, because of, you see, destitution with violent conflict happens within 1 hour. Or within a day, you rise up in the morning, you are very rich, you have a lot of herds, you have camel, you have cattle, you have goats. In the evening, if it happens that there's a raid, you lose all your livelihoods or all your savings, for that matter. So it makes us destitute, and we have no capacity to recover very fast. It's not like a drought that we have a coping capacity built over years. Okay? So why didn't it happen over the Oxfam years? There were no malnutrition. Turkana South was good at that time. The medical doctors in this room, they know. This is recent because of the factors that I've shared with you. HSNP, this is a social protection program. It is sustainable. It's a practice all over the world. It's just a name. HSNP is just a naming, but it's a social protection program. It's a safety net. Like you are up here, something happens to you due to conflict, due to drought, and then you drop to a net, you are lifted back. You don't drop into destitution, you don't drop into vulnerability. That's why when there's a drought and you have access to this income, you're able to bounce back. This is an issue of resilience. It enhances, it's an issue that the national government is building resilience infrastructure so that our people are able to bounce back when there's a drought, they're able to bounce back when there's a flood, and something like that. Are we together? On the non-existence of the NGOs in Turkana South, on the non-existence, they are not non-existent. I told you they used to be World Vision in Kainuk, and then it closed shop and moved to Kalapata. We have seen Awiri coming, and maybe there are a few others that we don't know, and local CBOs. We need to attract, because of evidence, we need to generate evidence. When I assume office, we need to bring a baseline study that informs the status, the situation of the indicators in each ward. Which ward is more vulnerable? Which one has got which potential? Which one is as low-hanging fruits in terms of agriculture, in terms of health, and what have you. This is what we need to bring to investors, the NGOs, the civil society organizations. That evidence is very important, so that we attract them to come to Turkana South. And I have that capacity because I've worked with several NGOs. I have worked with the UN and I've worked with government. When I was with UNICEF, I worked with the Minister of Health, the Children's Department, the Minister of Water, the Minister of Agriculture. We have a wealth of experience in terms of our networking and capacity to bring partners on board in Turkana South. So that's a very important. So it is a sustainable because it's a practice all over the world, including the UK, the most vulnerable must be. It's a duty of government. This is a duty, government is a duty bearer, and we must bear that cost of ensuring that none of our people is living a life of no dignity. We need to live a dignified life. Whether you are a pastoralist, whether you are an orphan, whether you are a single mother, you need to live a dignified. And that's why this safety net is very critical, okay? I see Turkana South, I don't know whether it is Turkana Central, that is more diverse in terms of presence of all the communities in Turkana are found in Turkana Central in Lodwar, and they are also found in Turkana South. I see the presence of many communities in Turkana South as an opportunity. Diversity is our strength. Anything you talk of, oh, you're the one perpetuating this, bring the evidence on board. If you have the evidence, bring. Bring. Right now, we have the National Cohesion Commission. Bring it, take it, and bring the evidence, and then I will go and answer those questions. I have never uttered any word against anybody. In my entire campaign, I have been abused, I have been called names. This is a leader. A leader is resilient. You don't shout. I don't shout. I speak issues. I bring issues to the table. So I see diversity. Look, the contribution, the unique contribution that is going to be brought by the people who came back from the rest of the country because of the 207 post-election violence. They're in our county, they're in our constituency, and we call them Ichakun. I see an opportunity. in them. They are farmers, they are welders. This is an opportunity. This is what we need to tap into them, so that we integrate them into the society through farming and other skills.
Your 10 minutes are up. You need more minutes.
You gave me 10 questions.
I am asking you, can I add you more minutes?
Yes, I'm only halfway.
Yes, that is what I wanted to
Thank
confirm.
you so much.
You have your 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Because we have 4 questions to answer. I think they say that if you receive the X number of questions more than others, there's something about you, isn't it? Yes. If you get 2 questions, you get 3, and I get 20, that's where the answer is. So, what did I say? I am a person who has been motivated by His Excellency Nanok, when he came into Kenyan politics, came to Turkana South, he was an international UN staff, high-ranking international UN, United Nations staff. And he came to our constituency, he got the seat, and he moved on, and he's still rising. That is a gentleman that is inspiring me. He changed the narrative of the Turkana politics when he joined this politics in Turkana. Now, I have been, of course you saw from my academic experience and all this, I've been getting everything from the word go from 2001 when I began working on merit. Do you understand? On merit. Somebody was talking of academic qualifications and whatever. On merit. Getting into the UN was on merit. You don't get into the UN. You don't just walk into the UN. You must be very competitive. You must have the competences required. The drive for results, effective communication, ability to work with people, even the most difficult people. You must work with them. And ability to work with cultures that are different from yours. This is the capacity that I have. And this is the wealth of experience that I'm bringing on board. So when you talk of, oh, somebody's project, then all these guys are projects. Including the presidents up there. Everybody is a project. There is no isolation. You cannot be an island in politics. Even Uhuru Kenyatta is working closely with, you understand? So what are we talking about when you talk of CDF? I have told people severally, I'm not contesting because of CDF. CDF is peanuts. I have told you, I cited one example when I told you people and the people of Turkana South. I have gotten funding from a player called Lionel Messi and did a borehole in Naipa. Is it Nagis or Nag? After Tangatoda, just a few kilometers from Tangatoda. Nagis. We did a borehole. Naipa, yes. Just in May, before I joined government, I did a proposal to Korea. This is a fundraising expert. I did a proposal to Korea and we got 500 million Kenya shillings for water in Turkana. So what is CDF? CDF is nothing, peanut. It cannot do transformational development. We want to do transformation. We want to change the narrative of Turkana South once and for all. Daktari on the handover, I think that is a lie. I have evidence that I assembled my agriculture team at Cradle for the handover, for farewell, so to say. And I also did for the Minister of Agriculture at TRP. At TRP, and I brought all the agriculture staff together and I said bye-bye. So that one is sugarcoating the questions so that it becomes relevant for submission. Number 7, I want to give you facts. I want to give you facts on the projects that I initiated. Let me give you the evidence. Because we cannot joke here. I cannot come here to joke. Leadership is not joking. We are talking about people's lives. We are talking about people's aspirations. We are talking about a community that is the most poor in Kenya. We cannot joke here. I give you facts. I give you facts only. So daktari, on whether I, Philip Ebea Emun, I'm thriving on somebody else's success. Where, doc? You know my track record academically and my work experience from all the institutions that I've managed. It has always been a huge success until very recently in government, where I was awarded the best CEC 2022. Of course, yes. That's the first time you heard about the best CEC or Gala Award, isn't it? First time. We have been around. What happened? That we never got it. So the projects that I initiated myself in Katilu Ward, and completed, not stalled, because I struggled with stalled county irrigation projects, stalled from 2016. Okay? Lokwaliwa in Katilu Ward is complete, a drip irrigation. Now Untos, Nakot in Kalabokat is complete. Now Untos in those sides of Oropoi complete. Nangito in Kerio is complete. Nansikilele in Kanamkeme is 80% complete. And others, and many others. Now, those that I revived Bwana Daktari for purpose of record, because they had stalled, and that was public resources, they should not go unresponded. They must be responded. And for purposes of value for money and accountability, we had to revisit these projects and ensure that they are back on track. Back on track. Okay? Lorengo Loop was not stalled, it was a work in progress. Now it is complete also during my tenure. Nakwamoru was stalled. Lokwar, in Kaptir, Juluk, Nawapeto, Kanaodon, Nakukulas, Kachoda, Lochere Meyan. And I finished Kachoda. It was a huge success, I have told you earlier. Lochere Meyan was complete. And whether these are my friends, that's a lie, Daktari. These are not my friends. These are guys from Nairobi, wherever, I don't know them. They are not my friends. They are not my friends. Well, I'm extremely professional and very objective. So this is not the... thank you so much. I will finish within 2 minutes. This is not that I'm thriving. I have never sat an exam and failed in my life. Since 1983, I've been position 1. So I cannot say I'm thriving on somebody else's success. It is impossible. It is impossible. I have told you the projects that I started in agriculture and those that have been stalled. When they stalled, we were around. What happened? We were around. What happened? But until I came is when we were reviving them. Of course, they're at a different level of implementation. Now the evidence that I wanted to share with you is that wrong assertion that we are badly off. In the Ministry of Agriculture, we increased the plowed acreage or farm size from 40,462 acres in 2020, I came in May 2020, to 51,000, because you saw we did new irrigation schemes, to 51,000 acres. So that evidence you have, or that statistic that the Dr. you mentioned, is wrong. It's not correct. It's not correct. I think that is it. And on the prosopis, I think for purposes of record, I did approach World Food Program, and they committed to do 1,000 acres of uprooting prosopis and preparing the land in cattle irrigation schemes and Kapelbok. And we did in Loima from Nadapal upstream. We also did uprooting, and we mobilized partners to do that. And I think what I mentioned, what I felt that because I still have 1 minute, in terms of my manifesto, because of time, was I never mentioned about health. Health of course, you read the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, there's a commitment by states or governments on universal health coverage. That is my entry point. For me, that's a low-hanging fruits because there's funding for this outside there. We need to see how we can make Turkana South a model UHC constituency. And my plan is to see that we have health centers that are vibrant in every ward, and that we are able to have access, availability, affordability, and that there is capacity of the healthcare workers to deliver on quality of care. The other issue that I forgot to mention as my manifesto is people with disabilities, youth and women socioeconomic empowerment. That is a very important consideration for me for very, very personal issues. And I've done it before.
Thank you.
And I want to appreciate that this is a very important consideration because the youth of Turkana South, we need to do rare skills scholarship, rare skills, medicine, architecture. We need to sponsor them. And we can get funding for this from elsewhere. And then the other issue is skilling the youth. Ensure that they have the relevant life skills for them to be self-employed.
Thank you, Honorable Philip. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc.
Thank you.
For the so many questions. I really appreciate the audience for asking me those questions.
Thank you. I hope you've heard what your next MPs have for you. We will only get one from the 5. I think you're 5, eh? There is the independent guy. Huh? There are 5. I know there are 5. You can't dispute that. I'm a good researcher for that case. Now, mnaonaje hawa wajiulize maswali ama nyinyi mwaulize maswali? Mnataka kuwauliza? Usiseme mimi ni biased. I am not a voter in Turkana South. So, maneno ya kusema mimi ni biased, hiyo ni shauri yenu. Tutaanza na upande huu. Kina nani wanataka kuuliza maswali? Inua mkono. Hiyo namba ni kubwa. That lady behind there, huyu mtu wa yellow, nimeona another person here na hapa. Hao ni watu 5. Kujeni mbele. Usharukwa. Brief and to the point.
1 minute per question.
1 minute kila mtu.
Yes, 1 minute per question.
Kuja nyuma hivi.
Yes.
Tuangalie huko ama. Sema jina, umetoka ward gani?
Shika hii.
Jina, ward gani, swali. Angalia huko, si mimi. Hii light
Sawa sawa.
Na useme ni general question ama inaenda kwa mtu specific. Kila mtu anote swali lake.
Wacha tu niseme wata
sawa.
Mwenye itamuingia.
Very well.
Niseme jina. Wacha niambie wananchi wote jina. Naitwa Philip Nakauro Lodio. Ninatoka Katulo Ward. Na kwa ninapiga kura Kalimoroko Primary. Kwa hivyo mimi nimpiga kura wa Turkana South. Mimi natupa mpira kwa viongozi. Mimi ninaona kweli daktari, sisi tunapata shida Turkana South bure. Kwa sababu kulikuweko na watu walikuwa kazi kubwa duniani, lakini hatujasaidika. Hiyo ndio shida ninaona Turkana South. Kuna kiongozi yetu alikuwa kwa kampuni ya international, lakini hakuna hata gunia ya sukari ameleta Turkana South. Na kuna kiongozi yetu amekuwa Oxfam na anasema sasa ndio ataleta kampuni Turkana South. Nauliza, nasema tu niende nikae, watakuja kujibu. Swali ni kusema wawache kukuja kutudanganya, kwa sababu usifofanya kazi mali ulikuwa, wananchi waone hakuna kitu unakuja kusema. Asante.
Sawa. Aya, order. Please.
Order please, order. Tafadhalini, tutulie, order.
Asante sana. Mimi kwa majina ninaitwa Mark Egerton Rolimo. Natoka ward ya Lokcher. Niko tu na swali moja. Na hiyo inaitwa cross-cutting question. Ningependa kuuliza our MP candidates, all of them. Na hii swali inagusa mambo ya usalama, insecurity. If you look at Turkana South, insecurity is one of the major challenges we are having. And maybe to say so, Lomenen has done his part. So I want to request you, the MP candidates, to share with us, voters of Turkana South, what unique measures will you bring on board to beef up security in Turkana South? Underline the word unique. Underline the word unique. Underline the word unique. Lomenen has done his part. What unique measures will you bring on board to beef up security in Turkana South? Because that is what has been affecting agriculture, that is what has been affecting education of our kids, and so many other livelihoods. Number two, on matters touching youth and women empowerment. I have seen previously in the CDF. In the CDF, when it comes to allocation of tenders, youth and women are not given enough opportunities. Will you please share with us? If I look at this room, you will realize that most of us here are youth. And you need this seat. How are you going to empower the youth? How will you ensure that they also get these business opportunities? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I am Patrick Peto, a resident of Katilu and a voter in Korinyang. My question is directed to Daktari Ariko. Having gone through your manifesto, which you've shared, there is this component of insecurity, but from your writings, or rather from your promissory point, you are not very clear on how you are going to handle the issue of land encroachment and annexation, especially along the River Takwel, especially and more especially the ward of Kaptir and Lobokat. Thank you very much.
Barieno. Niko majina ni Robert Haru kutoka Tilu. Ningependa kuuliza Honorable Philip. Ningependa kuuliza Mheshimiwa Philip Ebei. Irrigation ya Katilu Ward, hasa upande wa Ekwaliwa na Kanaodon. Umesema ya kwamba kuna kazi umetekeleza hivyo. Je, katika hizo mashamba kuna chakula iko saizi? Kuna chakula iko kwa hizo mashamba? Ama kuna faida yoyote watu wamefaidika kwa hiyo mashamba? Asanteni.
Okay, I have a question on the Captain Ward. Naitwa Fane Yaukot. I'm a resident at Captain Ward. My question goes to on land grabbing. Our neighbors have grabbed our lands in Nakwamoru. What about what your take on that? Will you get back the land to those people or what? Because those people cannot even afford $1 a day, so that land they used to activate to feed their families. Now they don't have anything to feed their family. What is your take there?
Thank you so much. My name is Vicky Lotede, youth leader. So my question is on one. Recently there was a report released that many teenage girls are getting pregnant. As seen in the last exploratory period of the Talo, Turkana South was greatly affected. This is a general question to any of you because I don't know who wins. The best man wins on August 9th. So what is your approach towards tackling the issue of teen pregnancies? Because the highest number that is affected is women, and we have lesser number of women in colleges and in universities, and as a student leader, my question lies there. I want to know your approach, any that I can get from any of them. Then number two is on agriculture. Turkana South, and basically I'm from Katilu, where we're practicing agriculture. Nimelelewa pale, nimekula mtama. But for the last over 7 years, we have seen that the NIB at some point moved out. I don't know what was happening. Was it because of political instability? Was it because of maybe bad, unfavorable policies around agriculture, either in the county government or the national government? So we want to know, because as seen, the GDP of the Kenyan economy is contributed by agriculture. How are you guys, as our ambassadors to the national government and also advisors to the governor, how are you guys going to ensure that Turkana attains good agricultural policies, good mechanisms to utilize the arable land in Turkana, and also to ensure food security? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This side. Nataka mmoja kwa nyinyi watatu. One. Nani aje? Ni kwa nyinyi watatu, mtu mmoja. Mujichague haraka bana. Twende huko mbele. Nyinyi wawili. Nyinyi wawili mjisemee, nataka mmoja wenu msikizane. Msikizane kwanza. Msikizane mtu mmoja. Aha, enda huko mbele. Unyamaze kidogo. Songa huko.
Yeah, good evening, colleagues. I'm Kitela Hamos. I work with the county government, and I'm a resident of Lokichar, a photo of Kapese polling station. Actually, my first question goes to Dr. Ariko. From the agendas that you mentioned about educating many children from Turkana South. How are you selecting those children whom you have been supporting in the education? My question goes to Aqualata. Aqualata, from your self-introduction, you say that you worked in Katilu Boys. Later on, when you were employed by TSC, you went to Kaptir Mixed Primary to open as a principal. But what happened that you were demoted? You were transferred to Katila Boys as a deputy principal. The third question to my namesake, Honorable Ekitela, when you were asked about your MCS, you know, when you talk of Asimio coalition party, there are parties in the Asimio, but you are an MP for DAP Kenya. So you never mentioned, you only mentioned about 2 MCS for DAP Kenya. How are you working with the other party MCS? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, colleagues. I am Nangiro Benson, and my question goes to Honorable Philip Webey. And even before I ask my question, I would really wish to take this opportunity to thank all of you, because we are indeed proud of you. As the residents of Turkana South, we are so much proud of you, because we understand that we have so many people really aspiring to represent us in so many challenges that we are going through. And I am a resident of Katilu and a voter in Korinyang polling station. My question is informed by what I heard Honorable Philip Obey mention. He mentioned something about private partnership. A thing I will say, or a phrase I will say, has formed a refrain in most of his engagements and in most of his deliberations. And that one reminds me of something. There is the government and we have the partners. And it is known that you worked in the county government. And while it is appreciated that the governments work in partnership with their partners, your case is quite unique, quite different, and which beats logic, according to me. Because it is understood that while you are a CEC in the Ministry of Agriculture, you chose to work in isolation. You chose to work in isolation and in total solitude, like a veteran, a war veteran, I would say. You chose to work in isolation in disregard of other partners such as FAO. I am saying this because at the time when you were serving in the Ministry of Agriculture as a CEC, I happened to be a worker or an employee of FAO. And the effects or the consequences of you choosing to disregard a partner such as FAO was what Dr. Logiron mentioned as your connection to food insecurity in this county, which threw the journey to food security into total apathy. So I would really wish that you explain to me, like a nursery school kid, why, whether or not my allegation is true or not. Because I felt the effect as a worker or an employee.
Hand over the microphone. Please, let's go straight to the point. Iko sawa? Yes, President.
Good evening. My names are Ekurtianite Naboikut, a resident of Lokicher Ward, a voter at St. Teresa Kimaburi Primary School. My first question goes to my fellow Akwalata. You have been a teacher in this Turkana County, and you have been monitoring, or we have been monitoring the rates of teachers, of Turkana teachers who are being employed by the Teachers Service Commission. It is really too pathetic and annoying. As an aspiring member of parliament, who was in a position to be with the former member of parliament, Honorable Romenen, to put up ROTTC at Amareze. How are you going to improve or to activate the Turkana boys and girls to gain teaching, to reduce the non-locals taking away all the slots of teaching in Turkana County? Number two, you are talking about insecurity, while we knew that you are 100% total backup with our former member of parliament. How can we bring back Amolem village into our Turkana community, that because that one is our last part of Turkana part from the West Pokot. That's Amolem. Amolem is now in Turkana, in West Pokot. As a member of parliament, how are you going to ensure that part of Turkana community is being brought back into our land? In the same scenario, you are talking about insecurity. How can we reduce the rate of Niliwe in our Turkana South positions? Niliwe, you know that Niliwe. In the same note, Mr. Kwalata.
Last question.
In the same note, we have customized or commercialized raid of Turkana animals by our neighboring communities. How are you going to address that? Let's come to Idogotu. Philip Ebey. You have been at the UNICEF or non-governmental organization, the giant one. How many flag projects has been brought into Turkana South since you were entering into the UNICEF? That we, the learned people, that we can say, this one is your mark. Even if you have left that place, this is your mark. Either in Lokicher Ward, Katiru Ward, Kaptir Lobokat, or Kalapata. Flag post. Flag, ile kubwa kabisa. Wacha manana kugawa mattresses na mattress.
Ndugu, tumemaliza. Hope you'll be brief. Ama nikukatizie. Enda kwa swali. Time inaenda. Unataka waheshimiwa walale hapa na hatuna mattresses?
Ni sisi tumewaajiri. Unaweza lala hata hapo.
Malizia.
Thank you, Dr. Logiron. I'm Machuka Loyenai Justice, a voter and a resident of Katilu Primary. All the village and everything is there. Now, my question goes to the thing called conservancy. The conservancy was there in Turkana South, Lokchar. We had Lochakula Conservancy, we had Lobokat Conservancy, we had Katilu Conservancy, we had Lokichar Conservancy, Kates of Talo. There came a conflict inside between the county government. Conservancy had reduced what we call unemployment. It gave job to our rayas. Also, it created that there were people who are employed in the conservancy. When there was not disagreement between the county government, the issue of the land encroachment, it was not clear. So my question is, how are you as our MPs ready to revive the conservancy issue? Because we have a working conservancy in West Pokot, which is giving jobs to the people of West Pokot. How are you going to revive the conservancy to ensure that we have job for these our rayas so that we can reduce Ngiliwe and those other guys who are jobless, who are creating disturbance? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Engineer Reng Austin from Lobokat Ward. I'm a student leader heading Turkana South College and University Student Association. So I have 3 general questions for you and 1 question to direct to Honorable Ebey Aimun. So the first question, I will start with the general questions. The first question, as a resident of Lobokat, currently the economy of Kainuk town is going down. This is because the vehicles which used to alight there to contribute to the hotels and the shops there are no longer alighting in Kainuk. They are alighting in Marich. So I'm very much concerned because it is the same West Pokot that we are drawing these agricultural products. And then it is the same West Pokot that we are taking this money. The food in Kainuk is rotting in the hotels, and the shops do not have do not sell their products. So I would like each of you to tell me how they will deal with the economy of Kainuk town in particular and Lobokat in general. The second question is on the issue of extractive industry. I am a mining engineer by a profession, and Turkana South is lucky to have blessed with the resources. I would like to hear from you. How are you prepared to deal with the opportunities of oils and other minerals that are available in Turkana South as the Member of Parliament? And then the third question is on the issue of student unions. As a leader of the student unions, we are faced with the issues of finances. Because sometimes we are approached by students on emergency issues. We are forced to create a WhatsApp group in order to support them. So, in your legislative function, how are you going to make sure that you deal with this issue so that a student leadership will get at least, if there is no funding, at least a kit where they can take care of these emergency issues, because it's also a leadership and you have to mentor them. And the last question that I would like to direct specifically to me, Honorable Philip Ebeya-Emun. In your manifesto, you say something about women, youth, and people living with disabilities empowerment.
Finish up.
My concern is just to know, where do you place men? Thank you.
I hope you'll be brief. Look at the camera.
Good evening. I'm Judy Eregai, a resident of Lokitar, especially Nauyatira village. I bought from RCA State Nursery, Lokitar. My question. My first question is general, but part of it will be specifically for Honorable Ebe. This is about Kalapata. We all know and understand Kalapata is the hotspot area for drought in Turkana County. So my first part of the question is, as you've been in the Ministry of Agriculture, what did you do for the partners, especially we had many partners going to Katilu, but no partner for agriculture was going to Kalapata. And being going to be the MP, or given that opportunity to be the MP for Turkana South, what are you going to do so that we overcome that the issue of drought in Kalapata? What strategy are you going to use? The second part of my question is about, you spoke, Honorable Ebe spoke about the nutrition part of Turkana South. That is, if you see the indicators for the MWAC, the SAM, the gum rates for Turkana South for up to 2010, that is when it was down. That is up to 10%. After 2010, it has been growing. And the recent draft results for the smart survey also still indicates Turkana South is on a higher note, and specifically Katilu Ward. What are you going to do so that Katilu, despite being the food basket for Turkana, still we experience a lot of gum rates? That is, the nutrition indicators are very high in Turkana South. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I know we are almost heading to bed.
I wanted to pass the microphone to the candidates, starting from Akwalata. I would wish you, before you respond to the questions, to ask a question to any of the candidates, any of the three candidates. Any question. Ukitaka hata kuomba kura, omba. Uliza swali hapo. Wewe atatujoin tu. Swali ni kwa nani na ni swali gani?
Swali ni kwa Philip Ayemon.
Philip Aemun, I hope you are noting.
The question is about, although people have just said it, but I want him to be very clear.
Very well.
On the issues of irrigation schemes. He said that he has done more on Lokualiwa and Aodon, but those irrigation schemes, up to today, they are not producing anything. If they are complete, why are we not getting produce from those farms, from those irrigation schemes? And a lot of money has been used in those irrigation schemes. In fact, Kanaodon, 104 million. Lokualiwa, almost 24 million. Nakuamoru, under his management, 200 million. Lokwar, 160 million. Koputiro, almost 200 million again. All these funds, all this money are just thrown in the river, in water. We are not getting anything. And today, we have somebody telling us, professionals, that those schemes are complete. If they are complete, where is the food? Thank you so much. I want to respond to...
Before you respond, let each one of you have a question so that when you respond to all the questions mara moja. Sawa sawa. Mheshimiwa Malakwen, we are in the session whereby you'll ask your fellow candidate questions so that during the response hour, he will respond other questions, including that one. You have a question for who and who, or who?
Thank you, Dr. Logiron. Well, my question goes to both Dr. Ariko and Honorable Philip Bay. I know both of them have been county government employees. And my question is, in Turkana South constituency, we've had major challenges ranging from social, economic, and political problems in terms of equitable and equal resources allocation. And both of them are from Turkana South constituency. What have they, what did they do better to ensure that the county government allocation given to the 7 sub-counties the equitable issue, the equitable sharing of resources has not been forthcoming in terms of making sure that Turkana South gets the eco resources that will be able to address the persistence issues that Turkana South have had in terms of water issues, in terms of education, in terms of food security, and because they say they are leaders from Turkana South. So I think that is my question.
Thank you
to both of them.
Between Philip and Ariko, nani ataanza kuuliza swali?
My question goes to the main supporters of Lomenen, or the children of Honorable Lomenen. That is
Order.
Honorable Akwalata, Honorable Philippe Bay. What new contribution are you bringing to the people of South in terms of security? Because I know Akwalata has already proclaimed that he has participated a lot on the matters of peacekeeping. But what is so annoying and irritating, we have lost a lot of people. Personally, I'm affected. I'm a victim of these pockets. I've lost my parents, I've lost my relatives, I've lost my livestock, and now pockets are in Kalemoro. What new are you bringing to the people of Turkana South?
Thank you. Philip, you want to ask your questions to who?
Thank you so much, Dr. Logiron. I think I will ask Akwalata. I think Akwalata.
Please proceed.
I think Akwalata or Mheshimiwa will just as as not, I'm also a voter in Turkana South. He has not demonstrated to us that he has the requisite competencies and experience to lead Turkana South. Maybe he can summarize that leadership, managerial skills and experiences that gives him a competitive quality, a competitive edge over the five of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, candidates. I would wish that you respond to the questions raised. If a question touches on county government or a devolved function, please do not respond. Let's concentrate on what role the MP does. If it is a devolved function, please do not respond. But if it touches the docket you are, please respond. Thank you. Who heard the highest number of questions? Nani alikuwa na maswali mingi? Philip, how many questions? So many. Malakwen, any question? Huh? Few. Akwalata? 16. Ariko? You captured how many? If one candidate has responded to an issue, please let's not repeat. Philip, the floor is yours as we proceed that way. Let's be brief and categorical so that we save time. Welcome, Honorable Philip. We proceed that way.
This is nice. I like it. I enjoy these questions. They're very informative because we need to inform the public more and more about our capabilities, competencies, skills, and experience that we bring on board to give us this, so that we are employed to be members of parliament in Turkana South. Number one was Nakauron from Kale, Morocco. I quote, wawache kutudanganya. In 2007, I don't know, nitaongea Kiswahili kwa sababu iliongea Kiswahili. Mwaka 2007 ndio nilirudi kutoka ng'ambo baada ya masomo yangu, nikaja nikafanya kazi ya practical action Kale Moro. If you kama unaweza kukumbuka Bwana Nakaura. Tukafanya kazi ya Echuchuka. If you remember Echuchuka Alloy Turkanensis. We were trying to build sustainable asset economies using natural resources because I'm a natural resource expert. So, sorry nimeenda kwa Kiingereza. Tukafanya kazi ya Echuchuka, tukatengeneza shampoo, tukatengeneza sabuni, tukatengeneza lotion na wamama wakapata pesa. Na tukapata shamba ambayo tunataka kutengeneza factory. Na tukapata pesa, unajua kenye ilifanyika. This is unfinished business. Hii ndio kazi sikumaliza. Nikiwa mjumbe, nitaleta partners ambao watakuja kudeal na Echuchuka because for purposes of all of us, the alloy Turkanensis is the best alloy all over the world. Just go and check. It is sought after. It's a sought after product. Number 2, Bwana Nakauran, enda tu na kwa Kalemo Rock Primary School, utapata footprints. Footprints mahali mimi kanyaga iko hapo. Kulingana na ile infrastructure iko hapo, kulingana na ile supplies tulileta iko hapo. Number 3, naamini kwamba wewe ni beneficiary ya Hunger Safety Net. Wewe mwenyewe pamoja na familia. That is the work I did. I did the piloting of the Hunger Safety Net in Turkana County. Na kila mtu alipata pesa. Kuna changamoto ambayo imekuja sasa ya kusema kwamba kuna G2 na kuna G1. That's an issue that I have the solution. Number 3, Bwana Lolimo, Mark Lolimo, I will, as a leader and as a legislature for that matter, I will want to sponsor a bill in Parliament on silencing the gun policy. We can't survive if the gun is still within civilians. That is impossible. Uganda has done it, other countries have done it, we can do it. We are a stable democracy, we are a stable state. We are not a banana republic, we are a stable state. We need to have silencing the gun policy in this republic. I believe I can sponsor that motion. We eliminate the gun and then we live freely because we are Kenyans. We cannot deny somebody kuishi Eldoret kwa sababu yeye ni Mturkana ati anaenda kuishi Eldoret. Ambiwe wewe unakuja kufanya nini hapa? Ama uende Nairobi. We are free to live in this country. The problem here is the gun. Meanwhile, I said about peace dividends. In development, we call them peace dividends. That which is bringing us together to socially coexist. Something like livestock marketing infrastructure, like the EU-funded large livestock marketing sale that is in Kainuk, should enhance livestock trade ties between the Turkana and the Pokot, so that we live in harmony. We said we need to put installation of government along the borders. Number 3, Raila, or whoever becomes the president, and I believe, because I'm from the Azimio team, that Raila will be the president of the Republic of Kenya, that he should clearly, when Lenyangapo says, when we come from Kitale, welcome to Kapenguria, where is Kwaeri from West Pokot? Kwaeri ya kuonana from, where is the other signpost? Amesema kutoka huko, welcome to West Pokot. Where is the Kwaeri one? We want that border to be very clear, so that we start saying welcome to Turkana as well, isn't it? That is very critical, and that is the work of national government. Number Patrick Peto, I think that one was not mine. My friend, who talked about Lukwaliwa. Lukwaliwa is a complete project. According to procurement, you complete a project. I don't know, I left before the handover. Completed. Am I still in the ministry? The burden of proof should be with the current CEC. I did the completion, not stalled. It's not stalled at least. On teenage pregnancies, I said earlier in my introductory remarks, we in this country, Turkana County did a study on child marriage, and there are key recommendations in that report. And you can get that, you can contact me to give you that report. I was the initiator of this report. This is a matter that I'm so passionate about, because no girl, no child, no girl should be wasted in this republic. There's no reason, even if you are an orphan, you are poor, nobody should take advantage of you. So there are that recommendation in that report that I will liaise with the national government in the children's department and other relevant entities of government to implement that report. But the most importantly is creating awareness. Like what Dr. Rico said, that we need to mentor our youth. We need to engage more with our youth, as leaders. We should not be ivory towers. We are too far from our people. We should be closely working with our people and encourage them to stick to school, to finish their education. So by the time they finish education, they are mature a little bit. When they are after university, they are mature, they can make informed decisions. Okay? Second chance. I want them to be given a second chance. Even if by bad luck you got a child, you should get back to school. There has to be a second chance. Agriculture in Katilu, I think the issue is, I think NIB has been working alone. I think with no proper engagement with the county and the communities as well. That's a challenge that we need to tackle immediately to get into the office to ensure that NIB, whatever they did, I don't know whether they have handed over or not, but of importance to us, because I see this room is youthful, is that we need to have youth in agriculture. We need to have a lot of involvement of our youth in agriculture. Our farmers are getting old. They're getting aged, and we need to have them. We need to take over the farming. We are not excited about farming. So how does it happen when we are not involved in the farming sector? Trying to look for a relevant question. Nangiro from Katilu. Somebody, I think that whether I got the name right or not, somebody who said he worked with FAO. I never met you, but I will share with you what we did with FAO. So your assertion is wrong. If there is a CEC who made the Ministry of Agriculture thrive because of partners, it is me. We have the Turkana County Animal Health Policy funded fully by partners, Concerned Worldwide and World Relief. No single shilling from government. It is now law. It's an act of County Assembly of Turkana. That is partnership. And with FAO, we worked closely with FAO in the control of desert locusts. That one is common knowledge. I don't have to belabor expounding on that. On KISDEP, we have an MOU I signed and facilitated an MOU between Turkana County government and FAO on KISDEP, the Kalubiye Integrated Socio-Economic Program in Kakuma, or Turkana West. I left it active. Number 3, FAO, Turkana County, and Egerton University. You know very well there is a groundnut strategy. Turkana County groundnuts production and marketing strategy in place. First time we have a groundnuts, because after the studies that were done by Egerton University scientists, the evidence on board was the groundnuts from Turkana have got 0 aflatoxin. 0. This is a groundbreaking research. And immediately we swung into action in support with FAO to roll out the test or pilots all over Turkana. And the product was the groundnut strategy, and we have all farmers are embracing groundnuts production. Number 3, we have conducted many livestock response intervention, livestock disease response intervention, including cross-border. Number 4, we did livestock disease control for 70,000 cattle that came back from Uganda with support of FAO. We have also a draft One Health strategy with support of FAO. Many things, my brother. So what we are saying is fallacy. Fallacy. Now, boycott. You are talking of flagship. You know UNICEF is a fund. It's about rights of children. Rights. The chief advocate, global chief advocate for rights of children. And there are heavy investments in the social sectors, education where you are, and you are a beneficiary, wherever school you are a beneficiary of UNICEF. Wherever, I don't know where you are, wherever, every school, because education is a right of every child. They used to say in UNICEF, for every child, every right, including education, access to water, nutrition, survival, development, everything, peace. But I have mentioned earlier on, Kimabur, where you stay, the water you are drinking in Kimabur was supported by UNICEF. Go to Sopel. When you reach Sopel, the water you drink there, the solar there, it is by UNICEF. Go to Lokichar. Nakilinga that we removed and solarized was by UNICEF. So my brother, let us be serious when we are engaging. The most important thing, I think, for all of us, and it's cutting across, is the CHS. And I'm happy that Dr. Ekitela is here. The CHS that was sponsored from scratch, including exposure visits, impressing upon the leadership of the ministry, and financing the bill from scratch to where it was, until it was an act of the county assembly. And it employed what we call madaktari wa kijiji all over Turkana. Tunaelewana? Haya. Conservancy is a priority item of Governor Munyes immediately he assumes office. Whatever happened should not have happened. It must be signed. You understand? Thank you so much.
How many questions remaining?
I'm left with, I think, with two relevant ones. Then I close. For Kainuk, I think my brother, River Malte is in Kainuk. We need to focus on producing more. Once we tackle this insecurity issue, we need to tackle more on crop production in River Malte. Number two, we have put one of the largest livestock infrastructure after Lodwa in Kainuk. We need to ensure that the livestock marketing is thriving in Kainuk because it's a border town. Number three, we need to be innovative and expand. We know what happened with the infrastructure put by the Chinese. It's not giving space for matatus to opportunities in the extractive industries and other minerals are now to deal with it by the student leader. I think you know very well there is a policy or act of parliament that gave us the 5%, 20% county government. That's something we need to tackle when we get on board. How do you operationalize that policy once the government gets the rightful share from this oil business? And of course, there are opportunities also with Talo and other companies that come on board that we should engage the youth, especially you now. You should be included. The other issue about this is scholarships. Remember last time in the phase one there were scholarships. We need to advocate for more scholarships for our youth. Why is the place of men? We are talking of the most vulnerable in our society. The most vulnerable, of course, are our children, which we have discussed severally. The most vulnerable are women. The most vulnerable are the PWDs, or people living with disability, and the youth. That's where the vulnerability lies.
Please finish up.
Lastly, is Kalapata. What I did. Kalapata has World Vision as an NGO. It is stationed in Kalapata. What I did also is to ensure that the recovery projects for emergency livestock, emergency locust response program is targeting Kalapata. Currently, they are the beneficiary. After Kaputir, only 2 wards were beneficiary. Another 2 wards will come on board. And we have an aquifer in the Kalapata region after the discovery of the aquifer, several aquifers. There's one in Kalapata as well, and we need to see how we should be tapping into the underground water to bring on board agriculture or dryland agriculture along Kalapata. And you have noted that livestock marketing is picking up in Kalapata, in Nakale, and we had prioritized the livestock marketing infrastructure in Kamakupura as well So that's an area that we also need to focus to ensure that there are trade ties between Kalapata and other communities or other wards. I think that is very important.
Thank you. Can we just go to...
Yeah, we can leave it there.
Okay.
But I cannot leave it there until I answer Akwalata.
Okay, very well. Answer Akwalata.
See, you agree that I should answer Akwalata?
Yes, yes, yes. Please,
I think Dr.
please.
Rico is here. If you are objective and we are professionals, are we putting it? I don't know whether you are right in telling us that Lukwaliwa, which had a budget of 13 million, and it's now 100 million. What miracles happened? Which miracles happened that now you are cheating the public by telling them at Lukwaliwa is 100 million, this one is 200 million? Where do you get these statistics? So, and then number two, I told you, I don't know who was in the Minister for Agriculture in 2016, that all these projects you're talking about stalled. Stalled inamaanisha kwamba kazi ilikwama. Kuanzia 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. So when I came on board, let us be fair to one another. If you are truly a leader and a professional, so where are we to challenge that time, that leadership? So I have come on board, I have brought my significant contribution to bring back those projects so that these resources are not lost. I have never told anybody or told the public that they are complete. I say they were revived and work is in progress in Nakwamuru. And Nakwamuru is an act of God. The river changed the course. We tried our best. And the engineers tried their best to bring water back to the canal. Julu completed. Nawapeto was completed. You know that. Lokwalio was completed. Kanaodon, I think 30 to 40% done. I've never said it's complete, but it's a project that is active. And we have a government in place to ensure that these things are completed. It's like what you said about your Arrow Teachers Training College. You have a lot of details that the rest of us don't know. So, and you have answers that you're going to complete. It's like this, government does not stop with this administration. It will continue even after this administration, and records of government are never lost. Those who will come after us or after this other administration will come and complete this ongoing project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you've answered him so well.
Honorable Malakwen, I hope you'll be brief. Karibu tufike saa sita, tumekaa hapa karibu sijui hours ngapi.
Thank you, Dr. Logiron. I think I will not repeat because some of the questions have been answered. I only want to respond to Amos' question because I think that question was directed to me. He had asked about how I've been working with other parties, MCS. I would like to inform you that I have a passion to work with colleagues, and as a leader, I always take it seriously that mutual understanding and collaboration normally helps in terms of making sure that you are able to achieve what you intend to get from the rest of the leaders. It's not that I had no opportunity to look for leaders, MCA leaders for my party. I had the capacity, but the only issue I had was we only had 2 MCAs by then, and looking at the extension that we had from the other partner affiliate parties, then I felt, there's no point of me going outside again looking for more leaders to work together. And that's why I created that rapport and ensure that at least I've gotten that support from the other MCA partners to support my agenda that I have for the people of Turkana South. Regarding the other questions, these other questions are general. I'll respond to maybe to add on what Honorable Philip had mentioned about, there is a question from Philip from Katilu Ward on the issue of giving back to the community. I want to categorically inform you that when you are supporting the community that you belong to be sincere and to be open, I think it's not fair to brag and mention what you've done for your people. You are one of them. You are a son and you are a daughter to that community. Whatever you do, you don't need to tell people that you've done this, because it is something that you have it in your mind that as a professional, as a brother and a son of Turkana South, you always have to give back to your community in whatever intervention you get into. Whether you are an international staff or a national staff, you should always be proud of who you are when you are, supporting your community, because there's no point of mentioning that. I also wanted to touch something about insecurity. I think this has been a major challenge in Turkana South, basically. And for me, as incoming MP, what I will do more unique would be, first, I will ensure that I make sure that partnership and collaboration with the security actors, including the national government, because the national government is the one that is charged with the issue of security, will be able to give some synergies and enhancement in terms of giving recommendation for them to tap the community policing, homegrown, security, intelligence, and surveillance from our retired chiefs, our retired administrators, our retired community leaders, so that they are able to advise the security apparatus in terms of making sure that working with neighbors, it's something that you need to make sure that, because as a Kenyan, you have a right to make sure that you live in any place within the country. And you should not make sure that at least, you should not divide people and say, I am from Turkana and I am from West Pokot. The only thing that we need to make sure is that at least we make more efforts to make sure that at least we have peace ambassadors that will be advocating the issue of making sure that there is peaceful coexistence with our neighbors, peaceful coexistence with our people, in terms of making sure that we handle the issue of land grabbing, the issue of insecurity. And the other thing that I also wanted to add to this is advising the security agents to do more of advocacy in terms of funding, because a security issue is not something that it's taken slightly. It's something that needs a lot of funding in terms of making sure that police who are charged with the security issue do more patrols along the highways, do more patrols along the border area, and make sure that at least people are aware of, security issues. The other issue that I wanted also to highlight on the issue of conservancy, I think the issue of conservancy, it's more of increasing more of partnership and collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism and other private entities that run conservancy activities, so that at least you are able to have more funds that will be able to create job opportunities for the people, and also address the issue of job issue. There was a question to do with general question to do with the economy at Lobokat. I think the issue of Lobokat hotels, it is not something that has just come up like that. I think that what we need to do more on this is at least to ensure that we work together with the security team. We bring on board all the stakeholders that are involved in this issue of economic empowerment for the Lobokat community, to ensure that at least they are able to address the emerging issues that rest the issue of shuttles not stopping at Kainuk, and support the economy of Kainuk. Because I think there were issues to do with vehicles, maybe people taking, personal bags and all kind of things. So I think it's something that needs to be worked through a collaboration and partnership with all the stakeholders, bringing them on board. There was also an issue to do with women and youth empowerment, business opportunities. Having given less opportunity to women and youth. I think the challenge here is there is less in terms of there is less in terms of opportunities that needs to be tapped. We need to ensure that there is more of women empowerment in terms of economic activities, like identifying what businesses that they will be able to run in terms of accessing the opportunities. I think there is also an issue to do with we need to empower youth through border circle initiatives, where they will be able to have support, maybe in terms of making sure that they have
Order. Are you finishing up, Honorable Malakwen?
I think that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Mheshimiwa Akwalata. Welcome, Mheshimiwa Will Justice. I hope you will be brief.
I will be very brief.
Very well.
Question 1 about security. When I become the member of parliament, there are unique measures that I want to put in place so that we fix our security in Turkana South. Because the most affected constituency is Turkana South, because it borders 3 constituencies which are not friendly to us. That is Pokot North, that is Pokot Central, and Sigor constituency. So we have a lot of problems there with our neighbors, but the first thing we will do is to talk. We sit down and talk through peace committees, which are very effective. We empower them. Then we let the government have its machineries within the pastoralist, just like what is being done in Uganda, where the soldiers are looking after after animals. They are just within the pastoralist. And like in Kenya here, where when people do peace, the government presence is not there. But during my time, I will make sure, I will talk with the present government so that we make sure the police are just within the volatile areas, in secure areas. And then the issue of Amolem, God willing, out of the peace negotiations, at least we will take back our people. We will resettle our people back there so that they will utilize the arable land there so that we produce enough food for our populations. There is issue of youth and women empowerment in CDF. That is very critical, as it has been observed in the current leadership in Turkana South. The youth and women are not factored into this issue of tendering in Turkana South. It is for these big people, for these traders, the people who have good money, and that is why some of them now, because they want to retain that status quo in the CDF, so that again they sideline women and youth. That is why they are retaining, they are trying to support one of the member of National Assembly here, so that they retain that status quo in the CDF in Turkana South. And that is very serious. I think Wananchi are watching that. They are seeing who are these people want to do the same thing in the CDF. So to me, I want to transform CDF completely so that it does not become a family affair. Right now, it is like it is a family affair. It is within one religion, not even one church. The CDF is just rotating within one church. Where one of the honorables here comes from. But we want to change that. We want all churches to be represented in that CDF if it is a matter of churches. So that is what I'm going to do with the land encroachment. I know this is a very serious issue in Lobokat and Kaptir. So this one, we want to have, we will have a legislation on the land, policy on land, so that the government will, it is good. The constitution allows every Kenyan to live everywhere. But now this Kenyan should know where he is staying or she is staying. So that when maybe we want to collect even revenue. We collect revenue from these members, from these Kenyans. And like what is happening in Kaptir and Lobakat. Our neighbors are living within our land, but there are no clear issues, clear information about staying there. So we will work on that. And if the boundary issue will be solved, then encroachment will not be our problem. Kenyans will live everywhere. Even if our neighbors live inside our land, we will not have issues. On the issue of teenage pregnancies, we will teach our children. We will take them through lessons on reproductive health, on how to take care of themselves, especially when they reach adolescence, because we are losing more girls on these teenage pregnancies. If worse goes worse, then we will have to teach them how to play safe sometimes, because sometimes when somebody becomes mature, so many things take place in their body. So we need to bring them on board so that we teach them how to play safe, how to take care of themselves. Okay, on agriculture, I know this has been mentioned, and it has been devolved in the county government. But we have 15% remaining in the national government. which during my time as a member of parliament, there is a NIB. This NIB, if well supervised, it will do well and it will make sure our farmers get their lands prepared, and then we will produce enough food. So right now, we don't know what is happening with the NIB because we are not getting the right service from NIB, because the member who is in leadership in the constituency is not supervising, is not oversighting these organizations that are delivering a service to our people. Dr. Amos talked about my demotion. Anyway, my demotion was politically instigated by the sitting member of parliament because of catching the ground. You know, when I started trying to put forward my ambition, I became a threat to his politics. So he decided to use the DEO to make sure he has demoted me and transferred me to another school. And that is why right now I belong to ASLA party, that is UDA, because that is where we belong. People who are neglected in the society, people who are fought. So I am there, and I think I will deliver this seat through this ASLA Nation Party, and I believe it will be there. And that's why in my campaigns, you will not see me driving a vehicle. I drive a motorbike going into my campaigns, because I want to show this person it is not the number of questions you answer, you respond in this hall that will give you leadership. That's not. So I just want to tell my friend, Philip, it is not the number of questions that will elect you to become a member of parliament. It is what you want to do to these Turkana people. That is I believe in that. So when you have so many questions, you have so many problems. That is why people ask you a lot of questions. Even when you become a member of parliament, the same questions you will be asked many, and you will just fumble the way you have been fumbling. So there is an issue of from Mwalimu Boykut. Thank you so much. Teaching, we have said, is a noble profession. We need to encourage our daughters and sons to do this course. Although there is a problem in raising of the grade. Maybe we will recall back was that minister anaitwa nani mwenye aleta mambo ya D+. Labda tutamrudisha aanze kuleta D+ so that our kids, our children, Amina, yeah, maybe will get motivated, because right now in the number of schools that we are establishing, in fact they are not modernized, they have no facilities, they have no labs, but still we are creating more. So during my time, we will modernize, we will try to improve those schools so that our children will get the best education, the quality education, rather than just having so many local village schools, secondary schools, which in the long run, it only produces D+ and below. And that is what we are doing somewhere, which I think I may not continue with that kind of killing our generations. There is Ngiliwoi. Ngiliwoi are the Turkanas who do business between Pokos and Turkanas. So what we will do, these are people who are idle because their livestock were taken through raids, and because of being idle, so they have tried to run away from their families so that they get survival somewhere. So what we will do, we will try to bring these people back. We talk to them, then we empower them. We try to restock them if they were others. We try to restock them to give them some kind of livelihoods, especially livestock. If you give them she goats, and then nannies, and then one he goat.
I hope
and
you're
like
summarizing.
just give us time because we have listened to somebody for 2 hours.
I'm just asking whether you are summarizing.
We have listened for somebody for 2 hours, and you are giving us 5 minutes. Let me
I
finish
have
my
not given
questions.
you 5 minutes. I'm
Okay.
asking whether you are almost. You have all your time.
In fact, I'm a quarter.
Very well. Proceed.
Okay. So, we will talk to these people because they are our brothers. We will recall them. We will go and talk to the other side also, so that they bring them back to us. We teach them how to live within ourselves. We try to rehabilitate them. That is what we will do. Then commercialized raids. I think there are no commercialized raids. It is only that people are trying to continue with that cultural behavior. Like on the other side, people are used to that kind of behavior. If they raid, then they become now men. So there is no commercialization. And if there is commercialization, then we have to create livestock markets. We have to create livestock markets in the boundary, maybe between West Pokot and Turkana, and maybe Marakwet and Turkana, so that the animals from Turkana are branded. Maybe, okay, we tried it last time, sometimes back, but they did not work. But now, because of having markets within where there is problem of raids, livestock rustling, we will try to use that as points of identifying stolen animals, rather than maybe taking them to Makutano, then to sell them there. So we will try to localize the livestock marketing. Conservancies, I know we need to conserve our forests, we need to conserve our pastures, we need to conserve our animals. And from that, we will be creating employment to our people. So it is not true that one of the governor's manifesto is conservancies. These conservancies, sometimes they should be natural, but out of good planning, out of good policies, rather than saying that somebody is trying to cheat our people, saying that when he gets into the office, he will bring back conservancies, and he has been in leadership. He has been a minister of a very powerful minister. What has he done to bring back the conservancies? Very powerful. For 30 years, this person has been a minister, and he has not put a mark in Turkana. So it is not good to come in front of the cameras here and start cheating people. Please, let's avoid that. I know conservancies are good for our people because they will create employment. Our generations to come will also have some animals to see. So by doing that, we will bring back, even in our manifesto, in like Honorable Odepe manifesto, we have this because we want to grow communities. We want to grow our economies from bottom up. Yeah, that is what we are. That is the ideology of my party, and not any other party. Other parties are just struggling. They have nothing to offer to Kenyans. Yeah? So we will talk with those other areas which have good policies for conservancies. Then we will revive these conservancies. Then we will distort. We will remove Kapese Community Trust Fund. In fact, that one is a misappropriation entity in Turkana South. It is not doing anything. Initially, when it was ACS, it used to pay school fees for our children. But now we don't know these 28 million. Where is this money getting into? You find that 28 million ati ndio ya kujenga ofisi peke yake. Sasa hii imekuwa ni kitu ya mtu anakulia ndani. So wakati wangu hii Kapese Community Trust Fund, kwa sababu haisaidii Mturkana, itupiliwe mbali na tuanze mambo mengine mapya, kwa sababu imekuwa ni ya kufanyia siasa. Kama huwezi sema bei tosha, huwezi fanya chochote kapese community trust fund, huwezi pata hata nini. So imekuwa ni ya siasa ya bei, just like CDF. CDF in Turkana South imekuwa tu ni siasa ya mtu fulani. Kama huwezi sema jina fulani, you cannot be given tender. If you can sing about a name of one of the aspirants here, you are given 2 or 3 tenders automatically. And by doing that, we are killing our people, we are killing our economy, we are not doing the right thing. And we want to install the same injustices to our constituency. We will not accept. Okay, Kainuk, even ourselves, we have issues. So sometimes, let's also solve our own conflicts with the passengers, with the vehicles, with other people getting within ourselves. So if we will become friendly, because sometimes, even me, when I stopped at Kainuk, everything of mine was taken, including the bag. So maybe that's what is making people to run away from Kainuk. Can we create some peace between passengers and the people living within the town, so that when you leave your vehicle, it is not interfered with? I know we will make sure we have created that kind of environment whereby the passenger vehicles, the people who will leave their vehicles maybe to eat in the hotel, are not interfered. Their luggages, their properties cannot be interfered with. So we will negotiate over that. We will talk with those people and agree and make sure Kainuk is very peaceful to our people who stop there. And then extractive industry. Yeah, we have oil, and in my manifesto, I have an issue of oil. I know oil is we are now going under production phase of oil. I know we had a problem initially, but we solved that problem. I personally, I stopped transportation of oil from Kalemoro. We brought that oil back to Lokchar, thinking that the leadership in place will try to put participatory leadership so that every Turkana was brought in board, so that we know what is happening in transportation of oil. But that was not taken seriously. The oil was taken, even when it was taken like that, up to now, the governor who is aspiring in one of these parties has never told us, who has been a minister in that ministry, petroleum and mining, has never reported to Turkana person what has happened to the oil that was transported from Lokchar to Nairobi through the overseas. So we have no end report. Just give me some 10 minutes, I finish.
You want us to sleep here?
We have no report. So during my time, when I will be a member of parliament, I know the government has given us our share, the 5%. So we will ask that 5% of the oil that has already been transported. Although we don't have a report, whether it has been sold, it has been destroyed, or it is still in the market, or it is still in the ship, we don't know. But during that time, during my time when I become a member of parliament, I will try to unfold those issues, because they are pending issues which need somebody who want to make sure every Turkana will at least get something small from the oil.
Finally,
so the 5%.
Finally,
the 10%. I know the MCS. I know we will talk with our MCS. I know the majority of MCS will be from UDA. That is what we believe, and that's what we know. So they will legislate over oil. They will put a legislation over oil, and we will distribute the oil prospects to our people into Nakad. Najua ile kitu wanasema Nakad. Up to now, the Jubilee government has not brought Nakad into cards. Instead, they are bringing G2 to our people. So that is to say, the money that was supposed to be put into G2 has been diverted to campaigns. We know that, and we will correct that.
Finalize, Mheshimiwa.
There is Kalapata. Okay, it was not mine. There is new contributions from Mariko. New contribution to insecurity. Anyway, leadership cannot be for two people. Leadership, the leader is one. Others, ni watu tu ya watu ya mikono. So you cannot say, when Lomenen was a leader, a constituency manager, you expect me to do his roles. No, those were his roles at his time. You only tell us to do this and that. But during my time, we will negotiate for peace. We will bring our people together and we let them stay together. And then I know where the problem is water and pasture. So we will try to have that kind of talk. We just use those pastures and water as Kenyans. We will not bring a lot of conflict over that. And if it fails, then we go to cultural ways of looking for security. There are cultural talks. We will go to our diviners, we will go to our rainmakers. They will advise us on what to do. That is my belief. Anyway, you know, people who go study in Norway, they go there for mental rehabilitation. I know in my capacity, I have all the competence to lead Turkana South constituency. I have just heard one of the members saying that I have no competitive leadership skills. Why I am here, why I felt like I am the best, is because I have been living in this constituency. When people were running in Norway, I have been running in this constituency, helping our people. You cannot say
thank
that.
You, Mheshimiwa. Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
I grew up in this constituency, and I know where it pinches in this constituency. If it is issue of insecurity.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Thank you. Let's proceed to Dr. Rico. Please be brief, Dr. Rico. I hope you will be brief. Do not repeat questions already handled by your colleagues.
Okay, let me start somewhere. When you are not a leader, success is about growing self.
Is that microphone audible?
As I said, I want to begin somewhere. When you are not a leader, success is about growing self. When you become a leader, success is about growing others. Let me go to answer the following questions. The issue of security. We can fumble or we can use security to earn votes or to look for votes. But let me tell you, if your art is not real in this business of security, you will not achieve anything. For me, the first step that I should do when I become member of parliament for Turkana South, I want to unite the people of Turkana South. Unity within
is paramount. We cannot purport to fight external wars without solving your own problems. If there's divisive within, if there's division within, if a leader will not appreciate diversity in a constituency, when a leader preaches something and does something else, that leadership should be thrown away in totality. Unity of the people. Number 2, establishment of sustainable corral and settlement along our borders. We can only achieve this if we put right infrastructure in place along our borders. Remember, our land has been acquired by our neighbors. Our leaders have not read the law. What does the law say on limitations of actions? If you read at Land Act, at Section 7, limitation of action states like this. If you allow our neighbors to stay in our land, the Turkana land, for more than 12 years, that land belongs to the Pokot. We have lost our land to Pokot in the current leadership. That is limitations of action. So you should get some insight when you become a member of parliament. That is the law. It is not me. Secondly, the issue of land, because I see Dr. Logiron and his team have not mentioned anything to do with land. This is very emotive. I thought this will be a subject of discussion in this debate. The issue of land and insecurity, because these are the issues that really affect the people of Turkana South. The issue of land. Our land is unregistered land, unregistered community land, which falls under the purview of county government in trust. When I become member of parliament for Turkana South, if I become a member, the first thing that I will wish to push, which is envisioned in the Lands Act, is to register our land. Because there are rights that are under this Land Act. If we register our land up to the borders, because the government archives, we have the boundaries. We register our land up to that boundary. Pokos will not have any right. It is upon the community managing that particular land, the custodian of that community, of that land, will be given powers to allow anyone to develop, to stay, to grace. You not just come from nowhere, from West Pokot, and come to Turkana, because that land belongs to a certain community. It is registered. And that is the solution to our insecurity problems. We will know who has come to our land. Let's not beat the bush. Let's understand the law, because we are the representative of the community. Let's do civic education. It is our responsibility as professionals. It is the responsibility of the people of Turkana South, the residents of Turkana South, to do civic education to self. It is not the responsibility of the leaders only. The responsibility of conflict, the person who has been given the powers to negotiate on behalf of the community is the member of parliament in any conflict. So he has to negotiate because he's a representative of the people. Going to the issue of tenders, the law is very clear. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act is very clear. But if the CDF, the current CDF and its management are not following the law, I don't know what is happening. In the county government of Turkana, the law is followed. If you go to the budget itself, it is classified. This item is for this group. It is very clear. You cannot do, what do you call? I will remember that. So I've answered the issue of land by Patrick, that is Peto. I've answered the issue of land, the issue of encroachment. The land has been lost, let me tell you. The infrastructure that West Pokot has put within our land, that demonstrates that we have given out the land, because those are permanent structures. They have overstayed there for more than 15, 20 years. And you are in leadership. Answering to the question by Amos on my philanthropy, the fund that I established to take the children of Turkana South to school, the selection of the students to be sponsored. The best performing students in each ward, that was the criteria, the best performing student in each ward. And the committee, the chairman of the committee is Malim Lowoi. So everything lies with Lowoi. I don't know the parents, I know only the kids. I don't want to answer the issue of commercialized business of cattle rustling. Akwarat was in a better position of answering that. The issue of conservancies. I had a call Honorable Philip. Honorable Philip was saying Munyes is coming to do what? Surely speaking, His Excellency, Honorable Munyes, was a CS for petroleum and mining, responsible for the ministry in charge of petroleum. Talo was under Munyes. The reason as to why conservancies were removed from the initial operation was because of funding. Munyes was in a position of asking Talo to give funds or to finance conservancies. Where was he? He didn't do anything. So there is nothing that is coming to do or to implement under conservancies. His Excellency Governor Josephat Kolinano did his level best to incorporate or to bring the management of conservancies, specifically the staff, the rangers. The county government of Turkana employed the rangers. It took so long to implement that agreement, but when I was posted to the Ministry of Tourism and Natural Resources, it took me 1 week to produce the letters for those rangers. Is it true or false? The members of the public will tell you that. Under my leadership, if God wishes, under my leadership, the conservancies will be supported by Turkana County Government as well as the original financiers. Because the importance of these conservancies is this. Conservancies integrate lives, integrate wildlife and human beings. That is the integration that we are going to achieve out of implementing conservancies in our area. The issue of infrastructure. If you go to Samburu, where conservancies have been implemented, there are a lot of infrastructure, the roads, the dams are there. So when we implement conservancies here in Turkana, specifically Turkana South and Turkana East, we'll be able to secure our wildlife, our natural resources, also our waters. Tourism are one of the opportunities that will accrue out of conservancies. Our Turkana South Reserve, that's the only reserve we depend on. It has not been exploited.
Mheshimiwa, can we conclude?
Please, don't call us to this discussion when you give one candidate 2 hours to present his intent. We are not lesser lesser candidates. We are not lesser candidates.
You had fewer questions.
Yeah, fewer. I have so many questions. Many questions. Or I can list all of them. So, I've been disrupted. I can even stop there. So I've listed the issues of conservancies, the issue of employment to our people. I want to rest there. Then let me handle the issues of, there was issue of teenage pregnancies. The Turkana people, you have lost touch with your kids. You have lost touch. It is the responsibility of us to take care of our kids. Where are you? Why are you? Where are you? Vicky, where are you to report those cases? Where are you? Which case have you reported? Are you going to accuse the leaders because of certain teenage getting pregnant? No. It's our responsibility of all of us to take care of our kids. It does not rest only on leadership. Distribution of resources. Honorable Malakwen had asked about distribution of resources. Let me tell you, Malakwen, if you do not have insights on the budgeting process in Turkana government, don't even mention anything, because if we say what has been given to Turkana South in terms of development, you not like it. If you read Article 10 of the Constitution of Kenya on the participatory of the people, budget is prepared based on our input. Have you ever participated in these meetings? Budget preparation. Turkana County, if you remember 2016-2017 financial year, Turkana County gave Turkana South a whopping 270 million in terms of irrigation to implement the irrigation schemes. Nakwamoro irrigation scheme, Lokwara irrigation scheme, Hanodon irrigation scheme. 70 million for Hanodon. Another 90 million, I don't know which in Nakwamoro. Another 7-something million, Lokwar. That's how much. Let me tell you, if you look at the bursary, there's a law for bursary. Lokicha wards gets the highest share and Katilu because of the population. Kalapata wards gets 10 million. The minimum allocation for each ward, the minimum is 10 million. Is that not equitable? So if you don't have information, if you don't participate in this engagement, but let me appreciate this institution for giving us an opportunity to tell a story. The story about our past, our good intentions. But let me ask the members of the public. We can talk a lot. People can say all what they have done, wherever they were. But what is important? What contribution have you made to your people, the people of Turkana South? What contribution? That is being socially responsible to your community. Because you denied your community some opportunities. You denied your community some opportunities. For my case, I was sponsored by Lokichare Family Development. I took an opportunity from someone. That's why I'm interested to give back to my community. If you go around, from the bottom of my heart, this is my lifetime business. My lifetime business, and that is what motivated me to study ownership structured dimensions, farm performance, and corporate social responsibility disclosure. Any person making contribution Any persons, when I talk of persons, I talk about you, I talk about institutions. Any person doing something has to disclose that. Has to disclose that. I'm an accountant by profession. If you read International Financial Reporting Standard number 1 on this presentation of financial statements, in that financial statement, you need to make disclosures. If you have nothing to show the public that you've done ABCD as a result of you being somewhere, of you being somewhere, don't even say, why are you mentioning this? Why are you mentioning that? Because you have nothing to tell the public. This is an interview. This is an interview. In an interview, you demonstrate your experience on this position. The position to manage, to represent the people of Turkana South. I'm coming to the people of Turkana South and tell them what I've done to them personally. I've not mentioned anything to do with my previous positions. I don't want to go, because there are a lot of things that I can mention. I don't want to go that way. That way. I want to demonstrate. I'm doing interview with these members of the public. In an interview, you tell your experience. Not the experience of another institution, experience of this institution, the people. The people. And that's why I'm saying, I'm here for you, the people of Turkana South. You know me? Arikon Amoit Lonyankori is an household name in Turkana South. In all the rivers, in all across the Turkana South. May God bless Turkana South.
Thank you so much. Asanteni sana wagombea wa kiti cha ubunge cha Turkana Kusini. Thank you for coming for this debate. Yeah, we need the parting shots and then we close. But thank you for coming.
Thank you. Okay, Triza and Dr. Ogiron, Chocha TV. I thought the ground rules were very, very clear, loud and clear. I think you need to moderate so that we stick to the ground rules. Name calling, naming and shaming is not in the modern world. In the modern world and in leadership, you name and encourage. That is the current leadership. Number 2, exercise emotional intelligence. You should never be worked up at all when you're in a leadership position, because it's very important that you're able to accommodate all views. But I wanted to add a few things. As I close, I will take only 1 minute.
Order kidogo.
Okay.
Mheshimiwa, let's just have the parting shot. If it is part of the parting shots, let's go on.
It is part of the parting shots.
Okay.
I think on matters that's touching on Honorable C.S. Muñez, there is a debate for the governor's candidates that is upcoming.
Yes.
So let us reserve those questions for Governor Muñez when he comes. Number 2, I think we need to focus on what we call building to last. Building to last. And when we talk of building to last, we need to strengthen our institutions to deliver better services for our people. That is very important. And I think the other critical issue around our policies, because government and members of National Assembly is about legislation, is unpacking or amending the livestock insurance policy to also include the livestock. Lastly, for purposes of the public, there's a sharp rise in HIV prevalence. When we talk of the teenage pregnancies, I think the other critical element for us is to do elimination of mother-to-child transmission. Because there's a sharp rise of HIV prevalence in Turkana County. We used to be at 3.6 or so. Now we are at 6.8%. And the national average is 4.9%. So our teenagers, our adolescent girls and boys are extremely vulnerable. So I want to appeal to the Turkana South population and the Turkana County at large. Because when you are a leader of Turkana South, in equal measure, you are a leader of Turkana County. We have leaders here who have been tried and tested elsewhere with the leadership and managerial skills. And some of us have shared what we have done in the various positions we were. We don't erode the dignity of the people we support. We protect and uphold the dignity of the society and the people we support. That is very important. Turkana South has a huge potential to transform the food security agenda of Turkana County. And because of the extractives and the opportunities around there, we have a huge opportunity to transform the livelihoods of our people and the welfare of our people.
Mheshimiwa, your time is over.
So, thank you so much. I'm closing. So, I offer my candidature to you. May God bless Turkana South. May God bless Turkana.
Thank you, thank you. Mheshimiwa Peter Kitela.
Thank you, Kashila. First of all, I would like to thank Chocha Mtaani, Dr. Logiron, Kachila, audience, my opponents for today's debate. Mine is just to tell the people of Turkana South that you need to make sure that when you are coming to get your leader, get the right leader that will be able to transform the socio-economic and political empowerment of the people of Turkana South that will be felt in action. And with that few remarks, I would like to say, may the Lord grant the people of the Turkana South the pleasure to get the right leader that will become Member of Parliament for Turkana South come 9th August 2022. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, yes, your parting shot.
Okay, thank you, the team. For the audience, Akwalata Lopeyok is requesting you, if you come from Turkana South, to support me, to elect me as a member of National Assembly on the 9th August for me to achieve the 5 agendas. That is 1, security, 2, food security, 3, education, 4, agriculture. We will have more on agriculture. Then 5, youth and women empowerment. Last but not least, oil and other minerals. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Rico, you can close with the parting shot.
I want to request and ask the voters of Turkana, the voters of Turkana South, vote for ODM Chungwa. Chungwa is the constitution of Kenya 2010. Chunga is devolution. Chunga is Raila Amolo Odinga who brought devolution. Chungwa is Jeremiah Lomurkai Napotkan, a fearless man that will fight the enemies of Turkana County. Fought for Joseph Ekalale, the fearless senator. Fought for Audan Lokala, a youthful MP, woman MP. Fought for Ariko John Namoid, Lonyankori, the only one. Fought for my MCS, the ODM MCS. The MCS for ODM, I promise, all of them will be in Turkana County Assembly. To close my remarks, I want to leave you with this. What is on the paper is what we want to tell. What is not on the paper, that is what people follow. And that is the impression we will leave behind. And that will tell you who is a man. Thank you, Chacha TV. Thank you, Dr. Logiron, and all the other members of the public. I say thank you. Fought for Ariko, fought for unity of Turkana South.
Thank you so much. We'd just like to thank you for honoring to come to this debate. Just to remind members of the gallery that on 23rd, we'll have the Senators' debate. And then on 30th, it will be the Deputy Governor's debate. And the Governor's debate will be on 31st. Just to appreciate Dr. Ariko for representing the Turkana culture so well. And I, Teresa Kachila, we also like to thank Dahil for making all these to happen. Thank you so much and good night all.
We are requesting for a photo with my colleagues and you.
Yes. Troopix, let's do a photo, a unity photo. Ours is just to remind you that Turkana South,
Turkana County. A good number of them work with Turkana County government. So those are our major clients. A good number of the students we've got is from Southern Sudan. But from our marketing, we've marketed across and we are expecting students from Ethiopia, Sudan, and Uganda. You should join Turkana University. Turkana University offers the programs that you need. We are market-oriented. We offer what is required in the market. Agriculture, science and technology, mathematics. We carry out CBC programs. We offer short courses that are offered at the school of government. This is where you can get what you want. You need it, we have it here at Turkana University. Turkana University is a cradle